We do have a lot of seats up for grabs in the front, so if anybody would like to join us up front as well. Once again, a humble request to all our delegates who are outside and who are at the back. Please request you to take your seats as we're about to begin the session. Would anyone like to join us up front? Everybody seated at the back? So I have a special offer for everybody seated at the back. So for me, I've divided this into two classes. The front is business class. Actually, I should do the front is first class, and behind is business class. So you have a few moments right now. The first class seats are available for everybody at the business. So please come up, join us up front. Don't worry, I'm not going to ask you any difficult questions, so please join us up front. Everybody at the back. Thank you so much for accepting my offer. What about all the gentlemen at this side on my right? Would you like to come up front, please? Can I request you all? The beautiful lady in the red shirt. Good-looking men as well. The handsome gentleman in the blue shirt. Can I request you all to please join us up front? All right. So very, very good afternoon to everybody who's joined us here, and welcome to the QE Conclave 2025. Now, firstly, thank you so much for accepting our invite, joining us here, letting us host all of you. A little birdie also told me that there are a few other conclaves happening in and around. So thank you so much for accepting our invite and being here on time, beating the Hyderabad traffic. So let's just walk through the journey, all right? When we began in 2023, we started with about 200 attendees. Yeah? Anyone here from 2023? Wow, all right. Thank you very much for being so generous. Then we went to 2024, where we had around 500 attendees. Anyone from 2024? All right. So 23 and 24. And I'm really, really happy to announce that today, at this conclave, we have over 800 delegates joining us. Amazing, isn't it? And it's only because of your love and support, so thank you so much. All right, so this conclave is all about learning, sharing, challenging assumptions, but most importantly, I think it is about networking. Yeah? So you never know, the person probably sitting next to you, sitting behind you, sitting in front of you, could be your next collaborator. And we would like to take these connections forward. So it's going to be very difficult for everybody to mingle with everyone, right? So I just thought of a fun way to try and introduce yourself. I know it's not going to be easy and possible for everybody to introduce themselves, but I have this plush ball. What I'm going to do is, I'm just going to throw it in the audience. You can throw it left, right, center, but when I say stop, whoever has the ball in their hand can just probably stand up, tell us their name, from where they are, the company name, and probably what are you, expecting from this conclave. All right, simple? Yes? I'm sorry, I don't speak Telugu, so I can't explain in Telugu, but did everybody get it? Simple? I'm going to throw the ball. If you get it, please pass it on left, right, wherever. And when I say stop, whoever has the ball, request you to please stand up and just introduce yourself, like your name, where are you from, and what are you looking at this conference. All right? Can we start? Okay. To be fair, I'm just going to turn. All right. Pass it on, pass it on, pass it on, pass it on. Pass it on. All right, stop. Who has it? No cheating. Who has it? Who has it? No, no, somebody can pick it up. Yes. Where is it? Have you hidden it, sir? Oh, it's right in front of you. See, please. Let's begin with you.
Hi. Hi, good afternoon all. Hi, good afternoon all. Myself Paulaya. I am coming from Bachapalli and my company is Cotivity Healthcare. Yeah. Yeah. My company is Cotivity Healthcare. Yeah. Check.
Can we have another mic as well? Hello, hello, check. All right. So, sir, do you want to do the honors? You can throw it to somebody, whoever you feel. Or go and hand it over to somebody also, no problem. All right, let's pass it on. No, 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 no. If it comes to you, you're taking it. All right, stop. Ball is in the other court. Super. See, I like when people have the zeal and would volunteer to speak.
Hello everyone. My name is Vinay. I work for Salesforce. I take care of implementation of automation frameworks at an enterprise level. From an AI perspective, what's the trend that's going on? We've been working on a couple of things internally, but wanted to understand how is the market, how are things, just trying to correlate things. Yep.
Thank you so much for joining us here. All right. Now let's. All right. Superb. See, this is what we're looking at.
Yeah, you can clap. Thank you. Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. My name is Puneet. I'm working for Lloyd's Technology Center, and this is for the third time I'm attending this event. And what I'm looking for here is I'm looking for some new trends that are shaping the future of quality engineering and automation. I have already attended it last year, but I feel that there is no action which I have taken from last year. So I'm looking for that one opportunity which can click that and make me take the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, and let's try and make it your worthwhile. Working? All right. Sir, the ball. But I would like to shake hands as well. Thank you very much. All right. Now, let me just turn back and just pass the ball. 3, 2, 1. Don't worry, very simple. Your name?
My name is Bharat. I'm from Insurance Information Bureau under IRDA regulatory.
Did you get a chance to see the agenda?
No, I haven't seen any. Not yet.
Thank you so much for joining us. Let's do this one last time. Sir, since you are volunteering, that was an amazing catch, I must say. I was trying to aim for the gentleman at the back, but. Oh, we have an introduction prepared. No, I don't need. No, oh, okay.
Hi guys. I don't see energy. Go there on top. Yeah. Hi. I'm not standing in between you and the lunch. So lunch is done so we can be more louder, more energetic, right? Good afternoon. No where. No energy, low energy. Good afternoon. Yeah, makes sense. Hi, my name is Ruby Mantha. I work as a CHRO and also on the board of advisor for 3 companies, which is in data science and AI. I'm extremely delighted to be a part of this QE conclave. 2 reasons. One is whichever company you take today, whether fintech or product engineering, or I spent about 27 years into technology space, worked in different companies like Dell, Tech Mahindra. I was a director, I was a senior vice president, and I was also a global head, heading 4 countries, 400 people. So this brings me to the point of 2 things. Any product, any services that you do, before you actually give it to the client, it needs a testing. So testing, earlier we were doing black box and white box testing, and now we are using Selenium. So Selenium testing, so QE Conclave, we are all ears with, I met Ankit and also all the beautiful and very talented guys, all ears a lot of learning, unlearning, and relearning. I wish this conclave would be a super duper success. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. All right. We have 3, 4 more people to go. Oh, wow. I actually was aiming at the lady behind, but no. So we can go with your introduction.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. Good evening, rather. My name is Srinivas, and I have 3 decades of experience in the IT industry. Currently working as a principal advisor to a Toronto-based company where we do a lot of quantum and AI-based services to the Toronto healthcare, etc. The purpose, I happen to be in India, and so what I am looking from the QE conference. This is the first time I'm attending. In fact, I have tremendous experience in the quality engineering, manual, automation, so on and so forth, performance, functional, non-functional, etc. Last 5 years, I'm not into QE, but we have been doing a lot of work, how to basically do the AI governance, then AI-based deployment testing, etc. So what I'm looking for right now is how do we trust the AI-based application deployments? So we are talking about validations, etc. So I'm looking out eagerly and anxiously to see, are there any tools to see the GRC, governance, risk, and the compliance for the AI-based deployments, especially when it comes to the deployments of the AI-based applications, or the deployments, LLM or the RAG, etc. So we would like to ensure that the compliance and the governance and the risk factor are addressed. So I'm just looking for such kind of things from this QE conference. I think that probably will be addressed in the conference. Thank you.
Absolutely. So thank you so much. Once again, can I have the ball? Thank you. Once again, requesting all our delegates who are at the back, request you to please take your seats as we're about to begin the session. And with that, amazing. Stripes.
My name is Sudhir, and I'm working as a senior consultant in Capgemini. I think I came here to gain some knowledge in AI. Yeah, thank you.
All right, let's just do 2 more times and then we will begin.
Hello everyone, Sharath here. I basically had the data analytics practice for a company called OSA Digital, been in the market for 33 years and have about 2.5 decades of experience in IT. I basically handle the data engineering, data warehouses, and pretty much everything to do with data lake houses. I'm here with my team to basically know about quality engineering, how automation can help, and what we can do with the quality, because it is pretty much integral part of the data engineering space. Just wanted to know the dynamics of QE. Thank you.
Thank you. What about our beautiful and wonderful ladies in the house? Anyone would like to volunteer? Yes?
Hello all, myself Nagalakshmi. I'm from Limovi Technology Solutions, and this is like second time I'm coming to this event. And being in 2024, I was here like 2024, and this is like second time. And being in QE, I would like to know like after attending this event, if I'll get any insights in terms of AI. So how I can do it in my workplace and also like in my individual. So that's the reason I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you for attending, and let's try and find one last target. I think somebody had raised their hand up there, right? Okay. So since it's between, both of you can. Yes? Simple, how do we meet each other? So my name is Melanie. You are?
Yeah, hi Melanie, this is Tushara and I'm from a staffing company called Swift. We've been with the staffing from past 20 years, but yeah, my main goal or motive to here is to meet the people, connect, maybe see what I can do off the stage later.
Absolutely. Thank you for joining us here. Yes, ma'am. You can sit down. No problem.
Yeah, hi. Hi all. I myself Adlakshmi. I am from Flyer Financial Technologies. Here I am there to explore about what are the AI trends in QE. So want to know gain that.
Thank you
Yeah,
very much.
thank you.
All right, thank you so much, everybody, for participating. And let's go ahead with the agenda. Once again, requesting all our delegates at the back. Can I please request you to please be seated as we're about to begin the program. We have a lot of seats up in the front. Requesting you all to please come up front and take those seats. All right, a very, very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to something truly, truly extraordinary. Yes, you heard it right. Welcome to the third edition of the annual QE Conclave presented by Qualizeal. Well, which is an in-person and a live conclave here in the heart of India's innovation powerhouse. Which is, ladies and gentlemen, where are we? We are in Hyderabad. Let's do that one more time. Ladies and gentlemen, where are we? Excellent. Well, namaskaram. My name is Melanie Pace, and it gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all here. I will be your host, your guide, and your biggest cheerleader for what is going to be an unforgettable, immersive experience. So thank you so much for giving us your valuable time and for being a part of this wonderful, wonderful journey ahead. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this year we gather under a bold and timely theme, which is Beyond Assurance, Engineering Trust in the Age of AI. Now, I'm sure all of you agree when I say that building trust in AI isn't just philosophical, is it? It is absolutely urgent. You know, right now, the industry is wrestling with some very, very real and pressing challenges. I'm sure nobody can deny that AI is definitely everywhere. Of course, it's smarter, it's more complex, it's more powerful than ever. But we are also seeing AI hallucinations, privacy risks, regulatory pressure, systemic trust gaps, safety issues, and quality engineers and leaders like you all are on the forefront. So, here at the QE Conclave, our stellar lineup of speakers are ready to take these challenges head-on with powerful keynotes, sharp insights, and a high-energy panel discussion. We will witness visionary leaders from top tech organizations who won't just probably challenge your thinking. They will inspire you, they will empower you, and equip you with the tools to go back and elevate your quality game. Well, we are absolutely proud to say that this is one of the largest in-person QE conclaves. You know, let's get real. This is not just going to be any conference that you have attended. This is a movement, a community, a culture of quality, a place to challenge assumptions, a place to push boundaries, and a place to engineer trust. Ladies and gentlemen, right here, right now, in this very hall, we are absolutely privileged to have assembled the ultimate movement of industry-shaping architects. The brightest minds, the most powerful voices, the visionaries who are redefining quality engineering. That is each and every one of you present here. So I think you all deserve a huge round of applause. Let's bring in some energy and give that applause. Thank you very much. So ladies and gentlemen, throughout this session, I request you all as much as possible, please actively participate. Ask bold questions, share your thoughts, challenge assumptions, and most importantly, network deeply. You know, at the end of this conclave, if you walk away with probably just one thing that changes how you do QE, it is a win for us today. All right? So the big question is, ladies and gentlemen, are you ready to engineer trust? Are you ready to go beyond assurance? Excellent. Once again, I love that energy. Let me try that one more time. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready to engineer trust and are you ready to go beyond assurance, Hyderabad? Excellent. So, as we gather here for a day of learning, sharing, and collective growth, it is only fitting that we begin with a gesture that reflects exactly what this conclave stands for: illumination, insight, and shared purpose. And to light the lamp, I would like to invite our dignitaries on stage, please. Please give a huge round of applause for Mr. Madhu Murthy, Mr. Ashwin Bakshi, Mr. Anurup Gaurav. Can we have you on stage? Well, also inviting Miss Jyoti Rai, Mr. Jitendra Pucha, Mr. Ankit Gupta, Mr. Avinash Tiwari, can we have you on stage, please? Mr. Anshul Jindal, Mr. Sanket Mali, Mr. Aditya Challa, Mr. Mukund Wangikar. Can we have all our wonderful dignitaries on stage, and as they walk up to do the honors, can we welcome them with a thunderous round of applause? A very, very warm welcome to all our wonderful dignitaries. Well, ladies and gentlemen, in our culture, the light of a lamp represents the victory of knowledge over ignorance, of clarity over uncertainty, of hope over confusion. Just as a simple flame dispels darkness in a room, so does awareness dispel doubts in our minds. So today, this flame stands for the wisdom we bring, the questions we raise, the truths we seek together over the course of this conclave. At the same time, the lamp's glow reminds us that knowledge isn't just meant to stay confined. A single light can brighten many, many spaces. Well, we share our insights today where we listen, discuss, debate, and collaborate. We each carry forward this light, helping spread the understanding, empowerment, and collective progress. Well, before you leave the stage, can I please request you to take a group picture, please? Once again, thank you so much for doing this honor. Requesting you all to please take your seats. Thank you so much. Well, with this bright beginning, I am delighted to declare QE Conclave officially open. Let's move forward, ladies and gentlemen. I love this enthusiasm. Wow. Amazing. You know, let's move forward with openness, with curiosity, and collective intent. Having said that, can I please request your attention to the screens? Wow, QE Conclave 2025. Feel that pulse. All right, ladies and gentlemen, before we deep dive into the agenda, let's take a moment to give a big, big shout out to our wonderful sponsors without whom this conclave would not be possible. A big thank you to our title sponsor, Zeal, our platinum sponsors, P. Cloudy and Browser Stack, our gold sponsors, QA Pilot and Context AI, and our startup sponsor, Synthesized. Thank you so much for making this wonderful event a success. And without any further ado, to take this wonderful day forward and to set the tone for what promises to be one of the most impactful QE conclaves yet, I am absolutely honored to welcome on stage Mr. Madhu Murthy, co-founder and head of India operations, Zeal. Let's welcome him with a thunderous, thunderous round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And before he joins us up on stage, can I request one of our volunteers to clear the diya, please? Welcome, sir.
Hi, Melanie. How are you? Yeah. Okay. So I can, anyway, I can.
Whatever you're comfortable with.
Yeah, I'll work through this only now, right now. Okay. Hi, everyone. Good evening. Thank you very much for being part of the third version of the QE Conclave. So how many of you were there 2023 QE Conclave? Okay, very few. 2024. Okay. Welcome again. And how many of you are outside Hyderabad? Okay, few of you. Okay, good. So thank you very much. So I first congratulate the Zeal's marketing team for having organized such a beautiful conference. And before I introduce you to the speakers that are going to speak today, they are very important people. But actually more important than them, actually you are the people who are more important. So any one of you can also come and share your knowledge, but today you are there. So please interact throughout these sessions, after the session. So before we start the conference, first let me really thank Jyoti, Managing Director, Southwest Airlines, for having graced this occasion. Jyoti, thank you so much. All the way you came from Dallas and graced this occasion. Thank you very much. And also many of our friends and also technology company co-founders, CEOs are also there. And also there is an analyst group, Vice President Ankit Gupta. He is going to deliver a great message today. Ankit, thank you very much for being part of this event. Ankit, okay, he is getting ready, okay. Then we have Avinash Tiwari. He is again co-founder, P. Cloudy. Their sponsors, as well as he is going to talk about the agentic QE platform that they're building. There are a lot of lessons to learn from P. Cloudy today. Then we have another friend, Aditya. He is co-founder of QA Pilot. I interacted with him in the interaction as well. I told I have not talked to such a clear thinker about how to design products for the markets I've seen. So we are really looking forward to your message and ideas that you are going to share with this team here. Then we have Mukund Wagnikar, COO Context AI. Welcome and thank you so much, Mukund. And we have two senior people from Browser Stack, another tech cloud-based execution platform, Anshul and Sanket. Both of you welcome. And thank you so much for being part of this. And then I think for the panel discussion, we'll be joined by Kavita. She is head of platform engineering at Broadridge, India. And also for the panel discussion, we will have Shivakumar. He is founder of platform build-outs. He also built NPCI's platforms, so he's going to be part of the discussion. And also Jitender, who is Chief Delivery Officer from Mastech Digital. He will be participating in the panel discussion. So again, Anurup is the main person here. Thank you so much. Again, just to conclude, already Melanie gave a very apt speech already. So we are in the middle of AI revolution. Okay, so the trust engineering, trust assurance of AI platforms is going to be extremely important in the next times. In fact, if you look at 2023 QE Conclave, we all have deliberated on initial issues related to AI. No one was believing AI will disrupt, AI will change the way we work in the future. Nobody was believing. Everyone was telling, yeah, manual QA will remain, our jobs will be there. Yes, they will be there, but that was the feeling with which we left 2023's QE Conclave. But in 2024, we have really seen some practical implementations of various platforms, tools that will make quality engineering more intelligent, efficient. And I think in this conference, the conversations are around trust. How do we build really trustworthy generative AI systems? What are the issues involved? What are the risks involved? How do we solve this problem? So those are the kind of debate that is going to happen. So I want all of you to actively engage in these conversations and ask a lot of questions, network with each other, and after 8 o'clock, we'll have a little bit of spirited conversations over some spirits. So wait for it, and then everyone, let us have fun. Okay, thank you very much. Yeah.
Well, thank you, sir, for beginning this conclave on such a positive note. All right, ladies and gentlemen, right now, I invite you to join me on a journey that goes beyond lines of code and test cases, to a place where artificial intelligence meets trust and where ROI becomes more than just a number. Well, to deliver the opening address on AI to ROI, reimagining QE to engineer trust, I would like to invite a leader who leads Everest Group's research and advisory initiatives in quality engineering, focusing on embedding quality across the software development lifecycle. Well, he drives strategic insights on AI in SDLC, value assurance, and systems of execution, helping enterprises adopt to the right skill, tools, and practices in the AI era. With prior experience in digital transformation and consulting at Sutherland Global Services and TCS, he brings a practitioner's perspective to his advisory work. He partners with enterprises, technology vendors, service providers, and investors to shape transformation roadmaps, benchmark performance, and deliver actionable strategies to enterprise success. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for Mr. Ankit Gupta, Vice President, Everest Group. Welcome, sir.
Thank you.
Well, let me formally welcome you.
Thank you so much. Oh, sure. Thank you. Yes, please. Thank you. This would be working?
Yes.
Hello. Perfect. Do we have the presentation? Thank you. Thank you, Melanie. Thank you, everyone, for your time today. Today, as we started this entire QE conclave, I can see the positive vibe in the room, and that's really good to have from a QE vantage point, which has been lacking a little, to be very honest. As I was preparing for the session or the Connect today, I, I thought it's the right time because there are many of the individuals across the globe, our partners, clients, colleagues, who are celebrating Thanksgiving. And the reason it is more apt in today's construct is because if I just concise everything what Thanksgiving really stands for and apply it in today's context of QE Conclave, I get to 3 words. Let me start with the word that Melanie started off with, togetherness. This is a community, and that's how we have evolved so far. In services industry, I don't think there would be any individual who can be the torchbearer and run alone. You have to have a community, you have to shape trends, you have to challenge ideas, and that's how we elevate each other. That's how we ensure that there is tomorrow which is better than today. Gratitude. That's the core theme of Thanksgiving, and honestly, that's the core theme of today's discussion. The foundations of QE are so strong with the people in the room and beyond who all started all of this and the processes, as we were talking about a little time back. Any product that you go ahead and build needs quality engineering, and you cannot discount that, period. And that's how it will continue to be. And precisely for that reason, wherever we are, because of the people, teams who have done so much of hard work, created that kind of impact, we are indispensable. Let me just leave you with that. Third, reflection. Another core theme of Thanksgiving, and that's where today's entire session, at least from my vantage point, will revolve around. When we think about quality engineering in the world of AI, AI has significantly significantly impacted almost every work stream that we see. And so much so with quality engineering. That's not something which is not known to anyone. It's just that it is transforming at a rapid pace. We need to evolve as well. And that's where we are. What is there in today's context that can be brought to the table? And quality engineering should ensure that they are the leaders in this space as a team, right? So let me start with a quick round of context. When we think about in today's environment, where are we? We are living in a world, as I call, or as we call at Everest Group, in a world of perma-crisis. The crises are just not getting over. We started from 2019 onwards with supply chain crisis. Then we moved on to economy, the kind of economy state we are in, be it in terms of US, Europe is struggling, and so on and so forth. The things were just not ending. And then came the AI, which is another big thing, big moment, but it is creating significant troubles as well. In fact, the way we talked about BAU in IT services parlance, now it is CAU, which is crisis as usual in current times. And we certainly need one of the designations as Chief Firefighting Officers for sure, the new CFO that he or she would be called. With that, I think the role of CFO is certainly up for the grabs. So please do let me know if you want to discuss more on that when we think about firefighting. But let's just grasp the impact of AI in particular. When we think about AI, there are a lot of these small transformations that every individual, every team is running. And there is this agentic wave which is now taking over. At the bottom of it, from our vantage point, what we are saying is we are transitioning from systems of records, which used to be the databases and others, ERP systems of the world, to systems of interaction, which we transitioned in, let's say, 2000s with the websites and so on and so forth, which was basically an interface wherein all the users were interacting, stakeholders were keeping pace with the necessary processes, data, and so on, to now systems of execution, which means an autonomous system which can take care of certain things without even human interventions. Sure, it sounds good, great, but still that needs to be tested. And that's where the emergence and the importance of QE should be rising from here on as we think about it. It did take a backseat due to the rush of agility and the digital transformation over the last 3-4 years. Then came the AI wave when we talked about the entire automation wave will kill the manual testers, I think, which was mentioned earlier. But as we move along, it's going to change the shape and format with regards to the systems that we will be developing. And that's where we are talking about systems of execution. Just to put some more light and details around it, that's what I was talking about on the leftmost side, the individual BYO AI. That's where you are focusing on human interaction, augmentation of capabilities, and so on and so forth. Then you talk about the tech stack AI, which is supercharging the entire stack with process efficiencies, with better workflows, better UX, and so on and so forth. But the transition where we are going ahead, and that's where the real unlock of AI will really happen. That's the systems of execution. When we think about agentifying the earlier systems, systems of record, systems of engagement, as I was defining earlier. Now, if we were to do it, that's where the ROI will really kick in. Now, it's not something that enterprise clients, our clients, partners really do not understand. It's just about the lack of two things primarily. And the first thing there is this particular one, the readiness part of it. The readiness part of it. Think about AI as this Lamborghini, Porsche, Ferrari, whatever supercar you can think of. You are driving in a very crowded city. Now, you cannot get to the full steam and full speed because of the infrastructure out there. And that's what AI is. AI is a good fancy technology, but you need to create an readiness, you need to create enterprise readiness around it to create the infrastructure which ensures that the vehicle that you have chosen gets to its full speed. And that's the most important thing. So point one, readiness. It's not about the money at this stage. Every AI startup that you can think of is raising billions of dollars every now and then. So from an enterprise vantage point, if they get the value, they will certainly invest into things. And from a readiness vantage point, we call it as PTSD. The infrastructure as we were thinking about, let's break it down. What does that mean? So you have laggard processes, which are not really up to the mark, AI-friendly, and so on and so forth. The talent needs to be upskilled, reskilled, and so on and so forth. Systems needs to be rewritten, and that's what we were talking about earlier, how we move and evolve from there. And the data, the most important element of AI, the data needs to be taken care of. A lot of the organization in current context really do not know where and what kind of data do they have right now. Leave aside the insights and then on top of it AI. So unless we take care of these fundamental things, as I said, PTSD, process, talent, system, and data, nothing can evolve. And of course, there would be evolution, but it would be on a slow pace, at a very, very slow pace. Then comes the trust part. And that's where I would want every one of you to take a note of it, where and how quality engineering can play a role. So once you ready the system as well, the odds are so high, unless you drive significant momentum towards building trust, people will not invest volumes of money, which would really transform the things for them. And when we break down the trust part, I'll leave the left side on this particular page because it's largely with regards to the productivity mandate, which we know and everyone probably in the room takes care of and understands. And QA has been written off multiple times, at least in my tenure when we think about association with IT services and so on and so forth. But every time it has researched stronger, and that's where we still believe from here on, the positive momentum towards QE will continue. And that's the reason on the right, the topmost words. When we think about AI, the way we are acting is it as if it is an alien intelligence. The way we are calling it is an artificial intelligence. So once these two things collapse and work together, that the alien intelligence becomes assured intelligence, that's when the majority of investments will really kick in. So that's the journey that we are talking about, which will funnel in the QE renaissance. And from alien intelligence to assured intelligence, once enterprises get to that, you will see a lot more momentum in the investments that we are talking about. And the reasons are plain and simple. There are significant output variations. There can be only 1 or 2 ways to do a thing right. The others are probably not right or a deviation which enterprises would not want. The second part and the last news element that is highlighted there. So from OpenAI, the startup which is really taking everything by the wave, the co-founders or some of the starting folks who have now chosen to get on the bandwagon of starting something new are focusing on safety elements, assurance elements. And if that wave is to be continued and to be believed, that's where we are seeing billions of dollars now flowing in. So it's top down, that's where the money is flowing, and that's where the evolution really will be from a QE vantage point. Now, if the trust is something that QE needs to be taken care of, that's one more sack on the back, which QE has already too many, by the way. So if that is something that we are talking about, what is the next of QE? So the objectives are really simple. The way in which currently they are defined, that you know what, you need to assure the product quality, we need to assure the operational outcomes. But now what we are talking about is the value getting delivered, the assurance in terms of the operational outcomes. That's what we need to move towards. A scope of influence, it was more of a gatekeeper till very last. Then we talked about agile, DevOps, and so on and so forth, wherein it got shifted left to a certain extent, but that too lot in terms of theoretical vantage point, less from practical, which we are seeing now changing. But going forward, it needs to be not just left, not just right, across the value chain. Right from discovery, deal, design to deploy. That's what we are saying QE should evolve. The reason discovery becomes important because developers are not necessarily the right individuals to talk about what aim or what value that we are going ahead with eventually, and then ensure the governance that the value that the enterprise has been seeking for is being met across different stages. That's the job of quality engineering folks. And hence, you need to be contributing right from the word go when the deal is being constructed. The success matrix, of course, the usuals will remain. The newer ones with regards to bias, safety, confidence will really kick in. And that has to do a lot more with the models in play as we move along. Where all would it impact? I'll go back to the PTSD thing that we were discussing earlier. Processes, talent, systems, and debt. Everything needs to be impacted across the value chain is what we are saying. Consult, build, and run. And the run part was usually ignored when I talked about being shifting left. The right part also becomes critical because then you are ensuring in the world of AI, where we are talking about continuous evolutions of systems, processes, and so on and so forth, that the quality engineering team ensures the guardrails are being met. So as we think about structuring quality, probably it should be like blue lines and red lines, wherein blue lines are defined by individual teams and the red lines are defined by corporates. And that's where the guardrails will become a lot more important as we pursue more safe, trustworthy systems going forward. When we think about AI, the one element with all of this that we are trying to tone down, reduce, is the element of surprises. The moment we tone down the element of surprises, the impact will become exponential. That's the basic foundational point that we want to talk about. So why should QE evolve? And that's the reason I was talking about the red line and blue line concept. And whenever it has been done by any enterprise in any aspect, they have been able to achieve a lot more than the other enterprises who haven't taken care of quality with that focus, that importance, and the structure that we are talking about. Wherein you cannot sideline quality engineering for the sake of it, that it acts like a gatekeeper, but ensuring that, you know what, next here is what quality needs to approve, then only it can run into systems. And just closing it out on this particular page, when we are going ahead with any AI-based systems as of now the cursor is out, by the way, from an application development vantage point. I'm sure you guys have been talking to the developer friends, and they say, you know what, you just prompt it up, it gives you the entire code with the structure, architecture, all taken care of. Trust me, when they are saying this, they are not going in the depth of understanding what is being generated. And that is what the surprises are eventually. At least in the earlier versions, you were trying to get to a code with a code snippet, and you copy-pasted it, so you read it. Currently, in the cursor world, and probably fast forward in some of the next versions that will come forward, you will not even read the code that is being generated. So if that's what developer is going ahead with, I'm sure testing would have a lot more important job to do and take care of than today. So, and the issue with that thing is developer cannot do that job. They cannot break the code. It's not the mindset. Once the functional flow will be accurate, they will just go ahead and submit and deploy it on the whatever cluster that you might have. So what it takes to make it real and eventually quality engineering as an organization to deliver, quality engineering as teams to deliver. So I'll just leave you with this last page from my vantage point. People process technology is the acronym or way in format in which we have been talking about for way too many years. I think now as we gravitate towards AI, we have seen the transition happening from the same people working a little differently with a newer skill set, with a different mindset and tool set, and delivering the job, getting through with the task. And that's what we are trying to say. In terms of quality function, to evolve it as an expanded mandate, and I am summarizing that expanded mandate of limiting surprises, working across the value chain, not shift left, not shift right, across the value chain, and taking care of those biases and confidence-related postures, which we have not been doing so far. If you were to do it, you need a different skill set. We all know we have been working on that in terms of what next future-ready skill sets looks like. The mindset needs to be shifted, wherein we are talking about impact generated. It's not about whether the operational flow is being done, taken care of or not. It's about the impact that the application would have. Because if one thing goes wrong in this AI era, it would be multifold. It would be a multifold impact than you would have usually seen otherwise. Because as fast the speed of change is, the more pronounced the impact would be it success or failure. And that's where failures cannot be taken lightly, and hence the overall QE mandate is evolving. Eventually, the toolset part, I'm sure many others following me would be speaking about how the toolsets are evolving. And from a vantage point wherein how we should be leveraging those toolsets, how we can make the delivery which is really off the box, you can take care of certain automation things. The tool set will also become a lot more of a platform going forward. It's not like individual tool set working in silos, but they need to be orchestrated in a way that the entire QE chain is really orchestrated. With that, I think this would be a wrapper slide. Future readiness is about the agility that the organization can demonstrate and the AI impact that it can deliver. AI success, it will be engineering trust, as we started off this conversation with, which is a function of investments minus PTSD debt. Because the more debt you have, the lesser will be the impact, and the lesser would be your AI success, and eventually future readiness will be zilch. Overall, quality 360, as we think about it from our own community perspective, as we step up into a new flourishing era and we go ahead with it, skill set, mindset, and tool set should evolve, and there are no two ways about it. It must continue. That's a treadmill, believe it or not. like it or not, but it has to be done. And hence, we need to just go ahead, do certain things in a different manner as it is needed in today's context. That's all from my side. Thank you so much. I am okay to have any questions if there are. We're good?
Well, we do have a minute to take any questions that is coming Ankit's way. Yes, can we have a mic, please? Yes, ma'am.
Thanks, Ankit, for those insight. It was good to see that we QEs have still some sort of future, but I do have a conflicting question on your presentation. In one of the slide you mentioned, ServiceNow has removed the QE vertical. I come from a company, I'm a senior engineering manager. I was managing almost 30 QE engineers. Last quarter, all were restructured or removed. I see that now all the dependency of quality is coming to the developers because one, it's cost effective. You are hiring a developer who can develop and they can do the quality by using different tools. Where do you see QE? Where do you see the QE world?
Sure. So I couldn't get your name, please. Can you repeat?
I didn't tell you my name, sorry. It's Meetu.
Meetu.
Yeah.
Thank you, Meetu. Wonderful question, and that's the paradox which I wanted to highlight on this particular page. You literally spotted that. So yes, all the productivity game is happening, and there are no two ways about it, and that's true. That's factual. Having said all of it, this is not long-term sustainable. QE has been written off not once, not twice, I don't know how many times in the entire 15, 20 years of services. It focused industry from an agility or whatever perspective that you might want to look at it. Now, as we move along, there are three things which I'll request you to consider when we are thinking about future of QE. One, the developers that you talked about do not have the mindset. And the cursor example which I alluded to was exactly on that. They just want to ensure that the functional flow is completed. And once it is done, it is someone else's problem. The run guys, as they say. Yes, there are teams which are now being persistent and product-led operating and so on and so forth. But enterprises are not really buying that, number one. Number two, these are avenues to free up investments so that people can really operationalize those investments into driving AI. Currently, the AI impact hasn't been seen. If that was to be seen, and prompt was the way to develop code or generate applications, probably quality engineering folks are better to do so because you have a lot more business context than any developer for that matter. So it's a chalk and cheese at this point in time to talk about, okay, this is where we need to place our bets in. But if prompt has to do everything, why not one with the business context runs it all? The third point is, if enterprises were that confident about automation and taking care of entire quality engineering spectrum, the amount of investments would have been way too pronounced than they are currently. The reason is plain and simple, they do not have trust. The trust deficit is so much underrated in current context. Had they trusted the AI-generated code so much, why wasn't it being deployed every now and then? Yes, the technology will evolve, but so would be the needs and the corporate readiness needs to be evolved of the systems. And that's where quality engineering from a trust vantage point should play a very pivotal role going forward. All of what you said, I completely agree and respect that, and that's where the ServiceNow example is also coming in, because QE is being discounted. It cannot be discounted far from here on, because we are already operating at a laser-thin margin, if you will. We have to make a comeback and establish that trust so that AI can scale. I'll just leave the entire room with one anecdote. Just consider if any human life-related accident happens due to AI-generated code or system, all of the investments in AI will just stall, because the trust deficit will just drop, and it will take us like 3 to 5 years back. So if it has to continue, trust needs to establish, and for that, assurance needs to be done. And that's where the word there, alien, currently we are operating in an alien intelligence where we don't know what it can offer. We need to get into an assured intelligence, and that's where we'll see a lot more impact, not just from our vantage point, but for the world, from the technology vantage point.
Thank you so much, Ankit. Thank you very much. Let's
Thank
have
you,
a huge round. I'm sure Ankit will be available offline to answer all your questions.
Sorry.
But thank you so much, Ankit, for sharing your thoughts with us.
I'll take
Well,
afterwards.
he is available offline. I'm sorry, sir, we are already running short of time. But I promise you, he is around for networking soon. All right. Sharing her insights on engineering trust at scale, how AI and quality shape the future of technical operations at Southwest Airlines, is a visionary who leads transformative technology initiatives for the TechOps division at Southwest Airlines. With nearly 25 years of experience in aviation technology, she has driven innovation across engineering leadership, large-scale modernization, and operational excellence. Her teams build and support mission-critical systems that power aircraft maintenance, fleet reliability, supply chain operations, and real-time decision-making. Under her leadership, TechOps technology is advancing cloud adoption, accelerating DevOps maturity, elevating engineering quality, and preparing for responsible AI. Well, a passionate advocate for emerging technologies, she focuses on delivering reliability, speed, and trust at scale. Outside work, she loves exploring cultures around the world. Ladies and gentlemen, joining us all the way from Dallas, Texas is Miss Jyoti Rai, Managing Director of Technology, Southwest Airlines. Let's welcome her with a thunderous round of applause. Welcome, ma'am.
Check. Am I on? All good? All right. So before I get into what I came here to talk about, I had to do a real quick quality check before I got onto the stage. How about that? If I stood here, will you be able to see me? No! So I go, I need a mic. I need a free mic that's not on me. So there you go. Thank you so much for taking care of that. I appreciate it. Okay, so who am I? My name is Jyoti Rai, and I have over 3 decades, not that I'm counting, 3 decades of IT experience, of which 25 years have been spent at Southwest Airlines. So quite a lifetime there. So first of all, about Southwest Airlines. Now, I know that we made a little bit of a buzz recently here in Hyderabad. But those of you who may not know about Southwest Airlines, it's a Dallas, Texas-based US airline. We operate, it's actually one of the largest in US, and if you look at the number of passengers that we serve, we are the largest in US. Operating 4,000 flights daily, serving, I don't know, over 100-some destinations, and not just domestically, but also, international cities as well. And we are rapidly growing. Southwest Airlines is not a new airline. It actually formed in 1967, a lot before some of you were born, right? But didn't fly until 1971. It has grown leaps and bounds. I joined Southwest in 2001 and served in many different technology teams, kind of getting a feel for what it's like to work for an airline. Well, just like healthcare, just like any financial institutions, airlines are highly regulated in what they do, okay? So guess what? Building that engineering trust is extremely important. I joined the specific tech ops technology department about 3 years ago. And you would think that airline systems are the latest and the greatest. Well, think again. All right? We recently, in the last couple of years, were able to get rid of mainframes. Think about that, okay? So it's a system of complex, siloed systems that somehow need to come together to help that end user fly from point A to point B. So what do I do in tech ops? What is tech ops, technical operations? So a little bit about that. Technical operations in airlines, these are the people that are responsible for the fleet strategy for the company. How many airplanes do we need to fly the flight schedule? These are the people responsible for bringing in the planes from Boeing or other places into the company and making sure that they maintain it for the rest of its life while it's in service before it gets retired. Okay, sound simple? No, no. So what do we do? What does my team do? My team looks after the applications. It's a portfolio of about 55 to 60 applications required to run the tech ops department. My team consists of 11 some really talented managers and senior managers that look after about 25 development teams. That's how strong the organization is to be able to take care of the needs of technical operations at Southwest Technology, okay? All right, so I joined this particular team about 3 years ago, 2023, and what I saw there was this area had just recently come out of a very complex migration of an MRO system, which was the largest in aviation's history. They had just migrated from 2 MRO systems into a single MRO system, and what were we seeing? We were seeing a lot of stability issues, systems going down, customers not happy. We needed to build trust. We needed to build trust. And so my good friend here, Ankit, who just talked about PTSD. So how do we go about building that trust, engineering that trust? Taking a look at PTSD, what did Ankit talk about? Process debt, technical debt, right? System debt, and data debt. They were all present in that organization. And I'm looking at Ankit's slide and going, yep, 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 yep. Right on, Ankit, okay? So we started this transformation journey about 3 years ago, and we said we are going to take care of the technical debt, the process debt, the system debt, and the data debt. And how are we going to do this? Ankit also talked about people, process, and technology, the old stuff, but it's so real, right? We needed to upskill our people. We did that, not just through training. Training is one aspect of upskilling our people. We not only need to train them, but we need to actually empower them. And it's so fascinating to see once you empower the people, the results you get out of that, okay? And so empowering our people really, really helped us in taking care of some of the most important aspects of bringing that reliability and bringing that trust. And Qualazeel has been my trusted partner in making sure that we have the right talent at the right time. So once we took care of the people, of course, we needed to take care of the processes. We needed to make sure that we are providing our people with a framework that they can live by. Remember, it's a framework, not, hey, you must do this. Here's the framework. Let's go and improve our processes. And the framework that we adopted was the SAFE adoption. Those of you who are familiar with this know as Scaled Agile framework. The thing that I love about that framework is, again, the empowerment of the people. We actually work for 8 weeks toward our customer delivery, and then we take a break and we go, we are going to invest in our people through training or continuous improvement or innovation. It provides the people the time to do the innovation, the stuff that they love. And it has produced tremendous results for us. And now, the last leg, technology. The technology transformation that we needed to do, remember the portfolio of about 55 to 60 applications? All of those were running on premises in our data center, except for one. So what did we need to do? We needed to do our cloud transformation. So we started our journey in 2023, and we are 90% in the cloud at this time. And what has that done for us? What that has done for us is we are using the latest and the greatest tools that cloud brings to us. And of course, with that came our adoption of the 2-letter word that everybody is talking about. And that is AI. So here was a very large-scale transformation, taking an organization of over 250 people and making sure that we were successful and that we are setting ourselves up for the future. And what is that future? Of course, the adoption of AI and taking that forward. Now, mind you, Ankit also talked about, as part of PTSD, the D part of it, right? Our data tech. The data debt is very prevalent in a lot of the organizations. A lot of the organizations, and it was true of tech ops technology as well. Our data was captured in things like Microsoft Access databases, you name it, and it was there. Okay? And so we needed to do something about that. And we kept that front and center because we knew we wanted to enter the age of engineering trust, the age of AI. How do we get there? And how do we set ourselves up? So here we go. Very successful transformation. But now as we step into the future of engineering trust, coming from that people process technology or that PTSD, we are keeping 2 things front and center. 2 things, okay? And what are those 2 things? Well, quality in AI builds trust in what we deliver. And AI in quality accelerates how we deliver it. And organizations that keep these two things front and center are going to succeed, are going to be able to step into the future of AI. And organizations that fail to keep these two things front and center are going to be going fast with fragile systems. And that's a combination, going fast with fragile systems. That's something no airline, no enterprise, or no customer can afford. And of course, Southwest can't afford that. It's the question of brand. It's the question of reputation, operational reputation. And also, it's more than that. It's deeply human. Our lives are at stake. When you fly, you put that trust in that airline. And we want to make sure that we continue to keep that trust. And we are going to go do that through quality. So Qualizil, thank you for inviting me. I appreciate you all. And we'll be talking more. Thank you so much. Are we taking questions or later? Yes, one.
Being an airlines, in a day in, day out, in a daily, you work with massive amount of sensitive data of the customers. And then right now, you said that earlier you worked with the mainframes and then cloud adoption. So now you moved the data to a third party, right? And then you also said that in a day in, day out, you work with multiple apps, approximately 50 apps. And then the teams which are working on that data day in, day out are 50 teams. So how did you try to manage to protect the data of the customers, and at the same time, the cloud adoption is primarily to innovate faster and then make that difference of how Southwest Airlines is different from any other. So how did you how did you manage to pull up all those things and then successfully did that cloud adoption and then running the operations in daily?
Really good question. Really, really good question. Thank you for that question. Yes, you're right. That was a lot to be achieved in the last 3 years. The entire PTSD that Ankit talked about. It's a large portfolio, a large number of teams, and a lot of objectives to achieve. From cloud adoption to DevOps maturity, to people empowerment, to safe adoption, and all of that. And it all started with getting the buy-in of the people. So as I came into this department, I polled my department, and I go, what are some things that you're struggling with? And of course, all of these were at the heart of it. So it started with the buy-in. What problems do you want to solve? Engineers want to engineer. They want to crank out code as fast as they can do. Nobody wants to get bogged down by setting up the infrastructure, right? Okay, there we go. We are going to go and speed up our cloud adoption with it. And guess what? I'm going to empower you to do that, okay? You're going to bring the solutions to us. I'm not going to dictate that for you. So the empowerment of the people, the buy-in of the people helped us get the processes in place and actually sped up our cloud journey. And we not only sped up our cloud journey, we all got the buy-in from each one of our people to make sure that we were doing complete automated CI/CD pipelines. And people say, if you focus too much on quality, you're slowing down delivery. My experience was just the opposite. By investing in quality in those pipelines, we actually sped up the development. So just to keep it short, it was the buy-in of the people. The buy-in of the people was really, really important. Nobody wants to fight production issues. Everybody wants to build something new, and that's what drove them to do all of these things.
Well, thank you so much, ma'am, for answering that question and for a wonderful address. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a huge round of applause for Miss Jyoti Rai. Thank you so much, ma'am, once again. All right, my wonderful audience, how are you doing? Are you fine? Yes, I'm going to take your silence as a yes. Well, to lift your spirits up, we have a dose of caffeine coming right up for you. Next, to deliver the principal address on Validate, Ship AI with Proof, Not Promises, which is a powerful call to action for trustworthy, verifiable AI. I am absolutely delighted to invite the maverick behind the bold vision at the QE Conclave. Well, he brings over 40 years of experience in software testing, quality engineering, and digital transformation. At Qualizeal, he has been absolutely instrumental in guiding enterprises and startups to leverage AI-powered, trustworthy quality engineering practices. A recognized thought leader, speaker, and prolific writer, he has held senior leadership roles at BAN, now Infor, Virtusa App Labs, now DXC, Accenture, Talent Sprint, 10X Labs, now Planet, Testing Experts, and Cloud Scale QA. Well, he has a proven track record of driving innovation, scaling operations, and helping organizations achieve agile, quality-driven growth across industries. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a thunderous round of applause once again for Mr. Madhu Murthy, co-founder and head of India operations, Qualizeal. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Mulana. Thank you, Nikhila. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay. Again, good evening. So we have already, the time started, 20 minutes to go. So we will be quick. So what I will do today is three things. I will quickly introduce the topic for today about, okay. Then we'll show a quick video about a platform that we are launching today. And the name of the platform is Validate. And then, immediately after the video, we will give you a live demo of the platform. The first time we are doing the live demo of that. So hopefully everything goes well. My team is working there. So we'll get going now. So let me introduce the topic. So over the last 2 years, even inside our QE Conclave, AI has moved from experiment to expectation now. Every organization that is represented here, AI is already touching the real customers of ours, real lives, and real money. So AI is everywhere. But one thing that has not kept with this explosion of AI is trust. That's what we are talking today, again and again, trust. So also, the research is extremely clear now. AI adoption is high. Every organization is already using AI, but very few organizations, a minority of them, are able to derive real value, measurable value. And that's what all the analysts, all the research is indicating. And there is a lot of discussion that's happening around this problem. That adoption is high, but value is low. Also, for value being low, what's happening is that a lot of us, a lot of our businesses, a lot of our enterprises, we are shipping AI with crossed fingers. Some of them, very few of them, test every output that's produced by AI, but majority of us, we are testing a little, maybe we'll put a red team a little, and maybe review a few samples and ship it with our fingers crossed. So we think that nothing goes wrong after we test it and ship it. But this hope is not a very good thing. Hope is not a good test strategy, and definitely hope is not a trust strategy. I think let's go to the old world from where we grew up as QE engineers. The old world, we all always asked one question about the software. Does it work? Does it work as per its requirements? But the new world, in the AI world, that question gets more profound now. The new question that everyone must ask is, can I trust this system? These systems are agentic, the systems are RAG-enabled LLMs. So these systems will decide. So are they fair in the way they are deciding? Are they able to explain why they are making such decisions, those systems? And are they not hallucinating? These more different kind of questions we must address and get answers from before we say okay to ship a system, AI system. So the new world has changed, and the QE community will have to get ready for it. So again, one community, or let me ask this question, who do you think should take responsibility for this discipline, AI trust, kind of trust engineering discipline? Who should take responsibility? What do you think? Who are the people who have to take responsibility? Quality engineers. So we are the people who have to really take care of that. So like in the previous conversations also, we talked about this jobs and all that, but I think there is a big future for the community sitting here, because AI trust engineering is going to be responsibility of all of us. So today, we'll change that. How we can build trust in a systematic way. How do we engineer trust using a process way, applying again generative AI technology, and build the trust engineering capability that we can give to our AI systems. That's what we'll do now. So let us, to do that, we have made a platform, Validate. So that is what we are going to launch. So with Validate, you can ship AI with proof, not promises. So let's move on. Again, how we do that using a structured approach, risk management, risk metrics, test, evidence, and trust. We'll show you that live. So anyway, let me stop talking now and let's get to the demo, please.
Generative AI is reshaping enterprise operations, but one inaccurate answer can trigger compliance breaches, financial exposure, and reputational damage. CIOs know the truth. AI initiatives are accelerating, but governance, validation, and accountability are lagging behind. Executives are asking, how do we deploy AI at scale without losing control? Introducing Validate, the world's trust-first AI validation platform, aligned with the NIST AI risk management framework. Built for enterprises to ensure safety, compliance, and reliability at scale. Validate gives you a structure and a robust method to systematically assess enterprise AI risks during development, pre-production, and in production. It validates every answer, verifies every citation, exposes every risk. For RAG systems, agentic AI systems, LLM copilots, and mission-critical enterprise AI. This is how CIOs will take AI to production. Not by hoping it works, but by proving it does. Validate. Ship AI with proof, not promises.
Okay. So let's do a live demo now. Again, this is the first time we are doing this demo. Even if something goes wrong, what is your responsibility? You will continue clapping. Okay? So let's get going. So this is the platform. This platform is built for the AI teams inside an enterprise, the AI risk officers, AI developers, AI architects, and the new word that NIST AI RMF is talking about is a TEV team. I don't know how many of you know what is TEV, test, evaluation, verification, validation. So TEV leads and TEV engineers will use this system in a collaborative manner to build an AI system. So today what we will do is that we'll use validate and test an application under test that is an LLM chatbot, RAG-enabled chatbot. We built it to showcase this demo. So this is a lifeguard health insurance assistant. So some health insurance plans for the customers based on your policy numbers, you will be able to ask a set of questions and the chatbot will assist you. That is a AUT. So this AUT, we will try to test using, validate using a very structured approach, and that is what we call RMTE approach, risk, metric, test, evidence. Through that we will measure trust and showcase those evidences to the decision makers. So let us get going with the demo. So what we are doing as a first step here is that we are letting validate know about the application under test. So we have to provide 3 informations about our application under test to the validate, about how this chatbot has been built, what is the functionality, what is the business use of that. If you look at it, we are telling it's a insurance agent. It is PII and PHI is important for this, and also some amount of decisioning it is doing, and it will be used by an enterprise, so enterprise grade trust has to be built into that, and it is a RAG system. So after that, we will give a little bit of technical information about this AUT to validate. So let us give it. So here we are talking about the AUT, what type of RAG technical things we are using it. Then anyway, it's not an agentic system, so we are not giving, but we will be building some tests and running those tests on the AUT using API. We can do manually, humans can do. Also, using UI, a playwright type of tool can be used. But right now in this demo, we will use an API basis testing. So also, we are giving a little bit of information about the user stories of the application under test. So that information is once you give, what we will do using the tool is that, okay, now determine the AUT's archetype, AI archetype, because that information is critical in the way we set up RMTE loop, RMTE, risk, metric, test, evidence loop. So once we do that, we ask or we take some help from generative AI to determine what is this system all about. And so the system has, the validate has told about this AUT, and it gave a little bit of recommendations. What is the risk level of this system? It has determined it as critical. Then TEV recommendations, because PHI, PII, it's an insurance thing. The privacy, security is important. So it gave us a set of recommendations which a risk and compliance officer along with the TEV managers can read it. If it is need to be strengthened, you can strengthen it. But this is the basis from where we will start our validation process. So once we have, what we have to do is that as a risk and compliance officer, I have to, for this system archetype, I have to set up some trust attributes. So because we are talking so much about trust, I think there is a need for us to understand trust in a much more clearer terms. So when we are talking about AI trust, we are talking about a set of AI trust attributes. The trust attributes are accuracy, reliability, fairness, explainability, security, privacy, safety, and ethics of, again, luckily in the last few years, NIST AI RMF has given a great guidance for the validation teams to systematically build the trust engineering capability. So what we are doing here is that we are, as a risk and compliance officer, I am setting the risk trust attributes. So we are letting the validate to decide based on the AUT's archetype, but you can, as a human in the loop, you can actually intervene, change it. So right now, the system has decided that all these 7 trust attributes, a relative weight, because it is an enterprise bot, and so accuracy, fairness, security, privacy, it gave more weightage than explainability. So, but again, you can go and make modifications. So once you have done that, so you have relative weights for the trust attributes are clear. So what we will do next step is that we'll start our RMTE loop. So first we will determine risks in a very structured, careful manner for each of these AI trust attributes. So again, while we are generating these risks, what we are trying to do is that we are looking at fundamentally technology artifact-wise, it is an LLM bot and RAG-enabled. So that technology aspect is important to identify risk. And also, it is a functional angle. It is a health insurance bot. So both informations have to be merged as we identify a good set of risks that I need to mitigate in my validation process. That is an extremely important step. The quality with which you do risk identification will determine the quality of your validation process. So now what the system has done is that it has identified across all the 7 attributes, taking the application under technical as well as functional angle, and given you risks. If you look at hover around any risk like opaque decision making, so users may not understand how premium calculations are made, leading to distrust in the system. So validate is actually simplifying your work. However, you should not depend on the outputs produced by it. You have to apply your own mind as a validation team and improve those risks. Now, after having done risks, the important step in AI validation is that don't jump to testing. You must understand this risk and mitigating this risk using a set of metrics, qualitative or quantitative metrics. So let us do that step. We go and ask the system, for every risk you identified, for each of these trust attributes, please suggest me a set of metrics that I should really test for and achieve, whether they are within the threshold or not. If it is within the threshold, the test has passed, the AUT is working well. If it doesn't meet the threshold, the AUT is not working. We have to still work and make it better. So right now, what's happening is that for each of those risks have been identified. Now, metrics have been determined by the system. Again, you can go and, so for example, accuracy as an attribute, if you go there, premium calculation error is the risk. So faithfulness score is a very important metric for it. Again, as I said, validate is helping you to think better and simplifying your burden. But as everyone says, don't believe in AI. You stick to your intelligence as well. Human in the loop is extremely important. So once you have done that, now I have for accuracy, trust attribute, I have all the metrics to attack those risks. Now, the next step in the validation process is, oh, come on, let us build a test. So that is what we are doing now. We are building a test suite again. In an AI kind of environment, what is really a test? Test is a collection of well thought out prompts and some golden truths from your human judgment. You have to bring that and then run a 30 to 100 queries covering the whole functional part of the application and measure that particular number. So now, what we will be doing is that we created the test suite. So we now, because it's a RAG system and this test suite has to be created, so we have to really give what information the chatbot is using. Either from RAG you can pull it of the application under test, or you can, if you have in your memory, you can do that. So because we don't have connection to the AUT's RAG system, let us take it and please move forward. Nag.
Yeah. Generate.
Yeah, generate test suite. I know I'm doing pretty fast all this. For some of the new people, the process may not be that clear. But again, there is a stall there. Please ask questions. The goal really is that we will listen to you. Please criticize, give feedback, partner with us. If you have serious pain points in AI testing, we'll together solve these things. So now what happened is that a test suite has been created for the trust attribute accuracy and that score which we are doing. So he's now right now selecting some of the tests. These are the actually prompts and the ground truths. System helped you, but you can check it, improve it. But then the next step in the validation process is to be able to execute. So as I said, execution can be done by humans and apply human judgment and figure out the scores, or use UI of the AUT and do any test automation in the regular way we know. But here we have API connection to the AUT. So we are building those tests and executing those test scripts now. So to do that, we are doing automatically. How it happens? There are a lot of frameworks. Because it's a RAG-enabled LLM chatbot, we have a framework called RAG Assessment Suite. It has a group of Python libraries to be able to automatically calculate some of these metrics. So right now, we have created all those Python scripts and running the tests. So this is what is happening now. We are, through API, sending the queries. Responses, we are taking it back. And the Python program is actually calculating that metric. If that is within the threshold that we have set during trust determination, attribute determination, it will do this. Right now, for that accuracy and metric, whatever tests we have done, actually how many have passed and how many failed? Almost 2 tests have passed, 3 failed. Okay, and again, we can have a clear transparency which aspect, which prompt did not actually meet the threshold criteria, which group of prompts did not meet. So now let us move on, and we can measure as we are progressing through testing, because when we look at this testing, this is far more complex testing than testing the systems that we have been testing, rule-based systems. It is an extremely complex thing because we are doing it now. The teams are not knowledgeable, the customers are not knowledgeable, and the amount of work to be done to really build the trust or the trust engineering aspect has to be made more methodical, practical. Otherwise, most of us, for most of the times, we are talking in the air. So we thought, let us not talk through the air. Let us make a little bit of practical advancements in that. So right now, after this round of execution, for whatever small testing portion, show the trust dashboard, please. Can you show the trust dashboard? Yeah. So at the time of setting up, for this chatbot to get into production, 89% composite test score, if we achieve, we can go ahead. Okay, till that time, we cannot go ahead. At least that is what Validate has told, but you can change it. But right now, where do we stand? 9%. So again, it's a continuous testing process. It is not that you test, deploy, forget. AI systems are far more different. AI systems are tested, met this criteria, put into production, then people start using, then people use on all ways, wrong, right ways, data changes. So drift happens. So we have to continuously monitor, observe these platforms when they're in production, and then if they're not meeting the thresholds during production, alert them, and then continuous testing. So it's why I'm telling all this is that the people in this room, our jobs are there. We are going to be the heroes of the future, or heroines of the future. Our jobs are not going anywhere because trust and building a trust engineering framework is not at all an easy task. And we will solve this problem, and we will ensure that all AI investments are really giving value to our enterprises. So I think we have concluded the demo, and on time, or a little bit over time, but thank you very much. Yeah. So people can come for a quick picture. My team, who has created in the last 3 weeks, I just wanted to bring them onto the stage. Run to
Requesting
the
the
stage.
wonderful team to please join us on stage. Let's capture this wonderful moment. Kudos to all of you.
And actually, the person who was behind the screen is Mr. Nag. Lot of his Sishyas will be here. Yeah. Okay.
Can we have you in the center, please? Thank you. Wonderful memories to last forever.
Thank you. Thank you. The demo worked.
Thank you so once again for inspiring us. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a huge round of applause, please? And now let's deep dive into how autonomous intelligent agents are transforming quality engineering for scale, resilience, and trust. Delivering a prime talk on a QE leader's playbook to building an agentic quality platform, we have with us an expert who brings over 20 years of experience in quality engineering, test automation, and AI-driven innovation. Well, he has shaped how enterprises worldwide, including Fortune 500 companies, approach digital quality. He is known for pioneering AI-driven agents that make testing faster, smarter, and more resilient. A thought leader in the QA and tech community, he is passionate about helping teams embrace intelligent automation while keeping humans at the center, future-proofing testing for the age of AI. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Avinash Tiwari, co-founder and head P. Cloudy. Welcome, sir.
Hello, everyone. It's working now. How are you doing? It's so great to be here, and what a gathering in Hyderabad today. I'm so grateful and privileged to be here on the stage talking in front of you. A few years back, I was sitting in an audience just like you, excited about arrival of Gen AI. I was curious about what's the future going to look like. And I was also wondering what it would mean for the world of QE. And back then, when someone would have told me what we are going to see today, I wouldn't have believed. But here we are, after a few years at this very transformative juncture in the history of technology. And with so much change happening around us because of the world of AI, and we have been discussing about it. So just to kick it off, can we do a simple thought exercise maybe? If you can just close your eyes for 10 seconds and think about all the AI announcements, news, tool launches that you have come across in last 30 days. I'm not asking you to think about last year, just think about last 30 days. Can we do that exercise? Just 10 seconds. Countdown starts. Don't sleep, please. OK, you can open your eyes. And if your brain popped up maybe 37 notifications all at once and you're feeling dizzy, you're tracking the changes. That's the pace of change we are seeing in the world today. And in the last 1 or 30 days itself, the number of announcements that we have seen, maybe the tech trillion titans found some time to take a break and discuss, can we slow it down? Bad joke maybe, but that's the AI slop. That image is typical of AI slop, and that's one of the downside of AI that we are seeing in the world. But there are real changes which are happening as we speak. You would have heard about Gemini 3.0 launch, Nano Banana Pro, Agent Kit launches, GPU versus TPU debates. There are numerous changes which are happening around us. And we all are getting impacted. In fact, if you look at any organization or industry, it's changing very, very fast. But what is so fundamental which is different for this technology that we are seeing today? We have seen so many technology waves, but what's so different about it? And one of the way to explain this, which I have kind of come across, is thinking AI as a leverage equation. I think after internet, most of the technology transformations that we saw gave some kind of linear productivity when the technology was introduced. But with the help of AI, it can be exponential. That's the fundamental change we are seeing with this technology. So one person with AI can be 5x productive, sometimes 10x, 100x, and we are seeing all that change happening in front of us. Y Combinator, if you all have heard about, has launched a thesis, 10 people, $10 billion company. Lovable, if you heard the news, became a 200 million ARR company in just a year with a handful of folks. We couldn't have thought about all that numbers maybe a few years back. And one of the fundamental shift, which is more philosophical point of view, is that AI is bringing creativity in hand of ours. So if you are, let's say, a creative person in music, you can produce music. You don't have to depend on maybe a very professional music producer to help you. If you are a QA person, you can build utilities which can help the organizations. You're not dependent on developer. So AI is bringing creativity back to us. We are no more executioners. Everyone can become a builder with the help of AI. And that's the fundamental shift that we are seeing because of this technology. And that's the main difference between some of the previous technology waves and the wave of AI. But beyond this shift, what is happening across the industries, right? It's impacting every industry, every function within the industry. It could be sales, it could be customer support, finance, marketing, operations. We heard from Jyoti about how AI is helping the tech operations for such large airlines and bringing productivity. what's happening with quality engineering? That's the main question we are going to discuss today and talk about. So AI, quality engineering is not untouched. In fact, you look at some of the data points that we have in the market. In fact, within the application development, quality engineering is one of the most low-hanging fruits, if I can say so. So test automation, test case generation, and various other kind of testing like accessibility testing, doing security testing, all that can become much faster with effective use of AI. So the data points are also supporting us. So if we have not started thinking about it, we need to start now. Now, one of the other challenges that we see with AI is what's the right way and what's the right ecosystem to think about when we think about implementing AI systems. And we have seen usage of, let's say, chatbots. We are using LLM to generate certain documents, test cases. That's typical traditional AI. On the left side, what you see on the screen here, that's traditional AI. You ask a prompt and you generate an answer. But we are moving towards a world which is more agentic. And there is a fundamental difference between traditional and agentic. Agentic is more goal-oriented, while traditional AI has been more instruction-oriented. And when we say goal-oriented, it goes through a process, as you can see on the screen: sense, think, act. And it's not sequential. It goes into a loop. From act, it can go back to think. From think, it can go back to sense. So think of a goal. For example, run regression test on a build which has been pushed to my Git repository. Now, run regression is not just executing tests. It can find out what are the impacts. Based on the impacts, it can decide what are the test cases I need to execute, and then go and execute it, and then send the reports. So it can analyze on its own what to do. And that's the difference between a traditional AI and agentic AI, where we have to think of goals to give it to the agent rather than thinking of instructions to be given to the agent. Another fundamental change which is happening is the introduction of workflows. And this is typically agentic workflows. That's the world we are moving towards. We are also moving beyond independent agents, which we saw in last few years. And what's the workflow? Now, in the world of AI, another fundamental difference is 1 + 1 is not 2. One agent can give you, let's say, 10% productivity, but if you combine intelligently with another agent, the productivity gain can be much higher. And that's the reason we are talking about agentic workflows. And you must have heard about various platforms which are providing those capabilities. But what's happening in the QA world? That's the thought process which we need to have when we are building an agentic systems. Think about creating a workflow where multiple agents can work together in a sequence and give you a complete end-to-end result. Now, when we talk about the quality systems, right, and that's one of the key points that I wanted to talk about, is agentic quality system is not a tech stack that you see here. It's not just a framework that you see here. It's like an ecosystem, a galaxy, where a lot of moving parts are working together. And just to explain a bit, this slide contains a lot. We'll take a moment to go through it. Let's start with the foundation. Now, all of you must have been working on certain testing and quality engineering initiatives using certain tools. It could be, let's say in case of mobile, you would have some device cloud or local devices. You would have your CI/CD systems. You would have your matrices, test management tools. That's the foundation that you have on which your current digital systems are running. The foundation has to be solid before we move to anything else. So if you're not using cloud-based systems or not using automated tools, then your foundation itself is not right to proceed further. So make sure that the foundation is right, which is the planet that we are operating in the context of galaxy examples that I wanted to bring here. The second layer, which is emerging, are the constellations in the terms of galaxy, are the agents. Now, you have to think of different digital testing needs that you are talking about, and it could be, apart from digital testing as well, more enterprise testing. What are the different testing types that you have, and can you find agents which can help you? Now, those agents those agents can be internal agents for you, or it can be third-party agents like pCloudy provides so many agents for digital testing. Now, you create those agents in this layer, but important aspect is to create that integration mesh, because the agents has to talk to your foundation systems. And that's where some of the technology like MCP or A2A has emerged, which gives you a very easy way of building integration mesh between your foundation systems and the agents that you are building. That's the second layer. Now, the third layer, which is, I talked about agent workflows, that independent agents will give you productivity at a certain level. And we talked about ROI from individual agents and all that. What will work in future, and this is an evolving field, is multi-agent orchestration. That's the third layer we are talking about. And I call it gravity because it's bringing everything together, right? All the agents that you have in the second layer has to work together in the workflow system, find common goals and execute it in a sequence. That's the third layer. And the fourth layer, which is your fabric, right? Which is the star engine which is powering it, which is your LLMs. Now, one of the challenges that I've seen with enterprises and a lot of solution providers have struggled with this aspect is binding themselves to one LLM. LLMs are changing so fast. There are newer capabilities coming up. For example, we were talking about OpenAI and GenAI. Sorry, the Gemini release has completely changed the game. How do you shift from OpenAI to Gemini quickly, right? If your tool is binded to one LLM, it's going to cause a problem. So your agents that you have worked has to be designed in a way that it will switch your LLM quickly and provide flexibilities to your teams to use any kind of LLM, different RAG systems. That is the fourth layer we are talking about, your star engine. And finally, the orbit, where we all are operating as quality engineers. So what is the interface that you want to provide to your quality engineering team to access those systems? It could be chatbots, it could be IDE plugins, it could be apps, it could be web applications, like we saw in case of Validate launch. It's a web application. So that's the orbit for quality engineering teams to access, monitor, and see the results of those agents. This fundamental these are fundamentals to building any long-term agentic systems, and you need to plan in a much more structured way looking at the layers that I talked about. Now, this is not an easy journey. Most of the organizations that we have spoken to somewhere lie between level 2 and level 3, where they have used some AI-assisted flows, but it's very use case specific. So you have to analyze the maturity of your current AI practice, whether you are at level 1, level 2, level 3, and then plan the journey sequentially. You can't reach level 4 or level 5 immediately if you think about, right? So you have to take step by step. So this is just a guiding principle in terms of how do you think about the maturity of your agentic systems that you want to introduce within your enterprise and plan it that way. Again, the timeline is very rough. It's based on our experiences, but based on the organization's maturity, it can change. It can be less, it can be more. But you have to start thinking about how do we take the maturity level from one level to another. With that being said, this is just painting a picture how the future can look like in terms of different agents working together. So this is one workflow where, for example, a code is pushed, and there is an agent which analyzes the code push, figures out what are the changes in the files which has happened, and then it does the impact analysis. Based on the impact analysis, it can generate test cases, it can do the environment setups, then parallel execution happens and the workflow continues, right? I'm not going into the detail of all the agents, but this is the kind of future that you can imagine going forward. So role of QE will become the overall orchestration of the flows that we are talking about here, building agents, configuring it, and orchestrating it. Of course, there'll be human in the loops. I'm a firm believer of human in the loop approach within any agentic AI system that we are talking about. So this is like painting a picture, and you can think of how do we proceed forward and how the future will look like. Now, at pCloudy, I'm sorry. At pCloudy, this is the approach that we have taken. We have a very strong foundation in terms of a device, browser cloud, a very strong test infrastructure background over last 8-9 years. But we took that foundation, and over that foundation, we have built the agentic layer, where there are different agents accessing the foundation in terms of devices, browsers, and providing a workflow that we are looking at. So starting from a test case generation to direct automation to test orchestration, failure analysis, these are some of the agents that we are talking about. And we have more than 10 plus agents for different pieces of digital testing that you would like to have within your organization. We would love to talk more about those on our booths. But a glimpse of our agents working together in a sequence is available here. And one of the other unique aspect that we have developed is a workflow orchestrator. Probably you'll see a glimpse of it. Designed for QA folks. So there are a lot of workflow orchestrator available in the market for doing various kind of tasks. But what we have built is designed for QA folks, so that all your, for example, you want to post your tickets to Jira. So there is a task block that we have which you can combine and create the workflow. So that's very unique to us, and you can see the glimpse of it on our booth. So just wanted to end the session with the note that we don't have a choice, right? The choice is that we can ignore the emergence of AI and continue to do things old way. And the other choice is to adopt, take step-by-step approach, and move towards agentic quality systems. Now, there is never a better time to start now. So I would urge all of you to start looking at building agentic systems. And one of the approach was shown in the slide. We can discuss more on the booths, and I'm here to talk more about it. Thank you so much for this opportunity. This was a very less time to present in a very detailed way, but I hope I've covered as much as I wanted to communicate for this session. Thank you so much. Thanks for being such a lovely audience.
Ash, thank you for sharing your knowledge with us. It was a pleasure. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a short 10 minutes break because we are running short on time. Request you all to please join me back in the next 10 minutes. You can get your tea, coffee, and refreshment back to your seats, but I'm really sorry we need to cut this break short. On the other side of the break, we have curated a quiz for you where I have some questions. All you have to do is answer them correctly, and we are giving away some exciting prizes. So please enjoy this break and join me back in 10 minutes or as soon as possible. Thank you.
Security failures cost enterprises millions in fines and lost trust.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you have got an opportunity to grab your tea, coffee and refreshments, can I please request you to join back at your seats as we are about to begin the quiz that I was talking about, where I'm going to be giving away some exciting prizes at the end of the session. Once again, requesting all our delegates, if you got an opportunity to grab your tea, coffee and refreshments, requesting you to please come back to your seats with your refreshments. And we are going to now play the quiz.
It automatically builds customized security test plans, aligning every feature with industry best practices and regulatory frameworks. And with one-click integration into your tool chain, Quimentis AI ensures faster detection, cleaner reporting, and less technical debt. Quimentis AI transforms security test outcomes into actionable security insights, quantifying risk, compliance status, and remediation impact with precision. Stronger defenses, faster delivery, zero compromise. Quimentis AI security testing. From inception to completion with confidence.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, our wonderful delegates, I know we've cut short on the break time, but if you have got an opportunity to grab your tea, coffee and refreshments, I would request you to come back to your seats along with your refreshments. Ladies and gentlemen, a humble request. If I can please request you all to join us back at your seats. I wanted to play the quiz so that I can give away some exciting prizes. So once again, if I can request you all to please join us back at your seats, along with your refreshments, that would be great. Thank you. All right, this is for all my wonderful audience who has joined me. So I'm going to play a quiz right now. It's very simple. I'm going to ask a question. If you know the answer, please raise your hand, because if you answer collectively, then I won't be able to give away the prize, all right? So the prize is going to come to you towards the end of the session, but now I'm going to announce the question. All right, are we ready? Yes, everybody in the audience? All right, super. The first question is, LLMs are great, but they don't know your private data. What is the architecture that lets them peek at your company documents before answering? Anyone? Yes? Sorry, sir? I think we'll just get a mic to you. Oh. So we'll just get a mic to you. We'll get a mic to you.
Entire architecture.
Sorry, sir, I couldn't hear you.
Entire architecture. Entire.
Anti or
Entire.
I couldn't get that.
3-tier architecture, entire architecture, like that.
Okay, let me just give you the, I'm sorry, sir, if I'm not able to grab that, but let me just give you the options. Please let me know if it was one of them. Is it retrieval augmented generation? Is it generative augmented guessing? Or is it large augmented graph?
It is RAG.
That
Here.
is correct. Who had the mic?
It is RAG.
It is RAG. Sir, I'm so sorry, but was your answer the same? All right. Thank you so much for participating. It is RAG, sir. Can I also know your name, please?
I'm Subhash. Subhash.
Subhash. Or
Subhash.
Sparsh. I'm sorry, I'm not.
Subhash.
Subhash, right? All right, so okay. Subhash, sir, congratulations. You'll be getting your gift very, very soon. All right, let's move on to the next question. When OpenAI released the O1 model, everyone was shocked because it was slower than GPT-4. Why? Anyone? All right, yes, somebody wanted to try? Because of G11.
Because of single LLM.
Single LLM. I think that could be correct. Let me just share the multi-question answers. Was it buffering? It thinks before speaking, or it forgot the answer?
It thinks before speaking.
It thinks before speaking. That is correct. Congratulations, sir. So your answer was similar, right? Can I know your name, please?
Manoj.
Manoj. And sir, you?
Koti. Koti. K-O-T-I.
K-O-D-I. Kodi, sir. Thank you so much. T-I.
K-O-T-I.
K-O-T-I. Koti. Okay. All right, moving on to the next question. AI loves to make things up. To stop this, we use knowledge graphs to give the AI facts. This process is called, let me just give you the options. Is it called punishing? Is it called grounding? Or is it called hallucinating?
Grounding.
Hallucination.
Grounding.
Grounding. Somebody said grounding. That is
Grounding.
correct, sir. Grounding. Can I know your name? I mean, it's not very audible. Can you just tell me his
I'm
name?
Subhash.
Again? Subhash. Subhash, can he give somebody else also an opportunity to try? All right.
Ashrit.
Ashrit. All right. Congratulations, Ashrit. Well, let's move on to the next and the final question for this round. All right. Training huge models consumes massive amounts of energy. What is the concern with this? Let me give you the options. Is it token usage? Is it carbon footprint? Or is it latency? Please raise your hand. Yes, sir.
Token usage.
Token usage.
Token usage, madam.
Carbon footprint.
Everybody-
Carbon footprint.
Token usage.
Carbon footprint. Carbon footprint.
It is carbon footprint, but you were the first gentleman. I'm so sorry, sir. I know you raised your hand, but I'm so sorry. That is correct. So can I know your name?
Vijay.
Vijay. All right. Vijay Bhava. Super. Thank you so much for participating. Can I please request all our delegates to join us back at their seats as we're about to go ahead with the program. All right, let's go ahead with 2 more questions. I'm feeling very generous. Vijay sir, can you be my eyes for this? All right. So if I can request you to stand up because it's a little difficult for me to actually capture. And please do not answer collectively like I mentioned. All right, let's move on to the next question. Just a second. All right. Testing an LLM isn't testing a calculator because the answer changes slightly every time. We say the output is, and the options are. You're giving me the answer without the option? Can I give you the option? All right. Is it Is it non-deterministic? Is it broken? Or is it static?
Non-deterministic.
That is correct. It is non-deterministic. Can we know your name, please?
Hanuman.
Hanuman. All right. Congratulations. Firstly, I think everybody should get a round of applause for answering correctly. All right, let's move on to the next question. Vijay, are you ready? Super. All right. In a test case review, the AI delivers a very convincing explanation for something that doesn't actually exist in the system. This behavior is known as, let me just give you the options. Is it gaslighting, is it dreaming, or is it hallucinating?
Hallucinating. Hallucinating.
Hallucinating, that is correct.
Hallucinating.
But, okay, we have two winners. Can I know your name, please?
Subramaniam.
Subramaniam.
Sunanda.
Sunanda.
Vinay.
Here.
All right. So we have three. All right. Sunanda and Vinay.
Yeah.
Vinay. All right. Super. Thank you so much, sir, for being my eyes throughout. Once again, can I please request our delegates, because we are running short of time, we need to move ahead with the agenda. In the interest of time, can I request you all once again to join back at your seats? We have tea, coffee pouring in, but can I please request you to get your tea, coffee, and your refreshments and join us back. And now, ladies and gentlemen, our upcoming feature talk will explore how autonomous AI agents, coupled with integrated testing framework, are revolutionizing QE to deliver faster, smarter, and more resilient software. Where we have two leaders sharing their perspectives with us on Beyond the Hype, accelerating quality with AI agents, and a unified test stack. Well, first, I would like to invite a seasoned SaaS sales and partnership leader with deep experience across DevOps, QA, and cloud-native ecosystems. As a senior manager for strategic sales at Browser Stack, he helps enterprise accelerate release cycle, advance automation maturity, and deliver high-quality digital experiences at scale. Well known for his strategic mindset and customer-first approach, he builds long-lasting relationships and drives high-impact regional growth programs. Well passionate about the future of software quality and continuous delivery, he regularly engages with engineering, product, and QA communities, sharing practical insights on scaling test infrastructure and improving developer efficiency. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Anshul Jindal, Senior Manager, Strategic Sales, Browser Stack. Welcome, sir. And as he comes up on stage, I would also like to invite an expert who brings over a decade of experience in software quality assurance with deep expertise in test automation and cloud-based testing. Well, he specializes in designing scalable automation framework, guiding teams on efficient tool selection, and integrating automation seamlessly into CI/CD pipelines. Well, having supported several Fortune 500 organizations, he is known for helping teams overcome complex testing challenges, accelerate delivery, and maximize the value of automation at scale. Well, with a practical solution-oriented approach, he is absolutely passionate about empowering engineering and QA teams to ship high-quality software faster, more efficient, and with greater confidence. Ladies and gentlemen, let's make some noise for Mr. Sanket Mali, Senior Lead Customer Engineering of Browser Stack. A very, very warm welcome to our wonderful leaders. Over to you.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. I think this is the most dangerous slot that I can get, post the lunch refreshments. And I could see half of the people having lunch refreshments. And the remaining half, if you have had your lunch, I can blame it to the food if the session is boring. So my name is Anshul. I lead the growth for US at BrowserStack. Along with me, I've been accompanied by Sanket Mali, who leads the customer engineering team at BrowserStack. I would like to share a journey that we have developed so far. We are working with more than 50,000 plus customers at BrowserStack, and you can look at the industries that we cater to on the slide. But what's next? This is the journey that I was talking about. Initially, if you look at on the screen, on the left-hand side, you'll see that we were working with manual testers. We wanted to make sure that we are giving our devices to test manually. Later on, after a few years, we dwell into the market. We understood that next thing is automation testing. So close to around 2014-15, we ventured into automation testing. And during that stage, we also made sure that we are giving real devices. Why real devices? Because what's the point of testing on devices if it gives you false positive? Now, cut to 2022-23, we wanted to make sure that we not only reduce your cycle time and increase the testing coverage, but we also wanted to make sure that we increase your productivity. And to do that, we have two things. One is test platform. Second one is AI in testing. So these are the two important topics that we're going to cover today. I would be covering the test platform. My friend over here, Sanket, would be covering how AI can help you streamline your testing processes. This part of the screen shows you how and why test platform is really, really important. On the left-hand side, you would see our bread and butter live and testing toolkit. Testing toolkit, I'm sure you might have heard of live and BrowserStack before. Many of you might have used it in your previous organization or current organization. We have also given an enhanced product called Testing Toolkit, which runs 10x faster when it comes to live. Then we have automation testing. The second part on the left-hand side is to make sure that we help you automate your live and manual test scripts without any automation skills. This is the beauty about low-code automation and website scanner. The third pointer on the left-hand side of the screen, you would see accessibility testing. Irrespective of wherever you are in terms of your testing scenarios, whether it's design, code, testing, or monitor, we are there to help you out to find out critical bugs when it comes to compliance and VUCA guidelines. At the center part of the screen, which is the test automation, which is again our bread and butter and has been a product for the last multiple decades. We have automation testing. We have visual testing, which is called as Percy and App Percy. Load testing, Salesforce testing is something that we have eventually recently ventured into. And then we have customized device lab, which are private devices that we help you offer. And on the right-hand side that you see on the screen is the test case management, test reporting and analytics, and quality engineering insights. If you look at this entire picture, the entire umbrella, we offer so many products to make sure that everything is streamlined. Why is that so? So that the data can transfer from one product to another without any hassle. And with this entire umbrella and platform, you have the AI agents, 20 plus connected AI agents, which will help you increase your productivity. Now talking about some of these products. Live and automation, I'm sure you might have heard of it, which is the best in class. Test case management. We are the one who have really secured multiple vendors who are trying out test case management and have integrated that to their personal system. Test reporting and analytics. I would like to give you one example how this can be really useful. If you're running 1,000 tests on BrowserStack, and out of 1,000 tests, 100 are failing. And if BrowserStack can tell you that these are the two important failures due to which 80% of your failures are happening, that's where your effort is being saved. Accessibility, we spoke about it a little over here, but this is really accessibility testing. Can you hear me? OK, sorry. So we have come up with our own proprietary rule engine, which is called Spectra, which detects 70% more defaults when it comes to VUCA guidelines. Low-code automation is something that Sanket would cover. And last but not the least, testing toolkit, which I've mentioned that this is 10x faster than any other manual testing tool in the market. Now, with these tools that are there, why is it that how we can increase your productivity by 50%? This is because one tool talks to the other. This is to make sure that if you're planning your test creation with our test case management tool, if you're creating your test with our low-code automation, executing it in our devices, and then debugging it with our test reporting and analytics tool, everything is talking to each other. You don't have to spend time to transfer your data from one product to another. Hence, it saves a lot of cost and effort. With that, I'll hand over the stage to Sanket, who will talk about the second leg of the portion, which is AI in testing.
Thank you, Anshul. I think that was really a great set of introduction with the BrowserStack test platform. Hello, everyone. My name is Sanket Mali, and really glad to be here. Thank you for the opportunity. And I'm going to talk about a very interesting space. This is AI in testing. I think it's not a buzzword anymore because we actually saw a launch of a AI product today, right? So things are getting real. And I just want to remind you one thing. When COVID hit, all the organizations started migrating to cloud testing, right? And now since AI is into that journey, everyone wants to get ahead in that race and wants to ensure that we want to be the first one who is AI enabled and want to test and get more productive, more efficient. So talking about what at BrowserStack we are doing is like, because even I was in SDET for a good amount of time before joining BrowserStack, almost for 7-8 years, there were a lot of tasks during the test lifecycle management we used to do: test planning, test creation, test validation, execution. And in each of this category, we used to do a lot of, even a lot of QAs do a lot of jobs, right? They write test cases, they maintain those test cases, they execute those test cases, do reporting, and a lot of them. We are building agents for each of this task. And almost many of them are already in production, which you can go ahead and try out today. What it is going to do is it is going to increase your productivity. You can now create test case almost 90% fast. We are going to see a demo of that as well. And the AI is going to just make you more efficient, more productive, and you're going to reach to your production state as fast as possible. The release cycles are going to speed up. Talking about the AI agents, so you can see out over here. So when you think about testing, there are different types of testing which you would do. You would start with manual testing, automated testing, API testing, performance testing. For every type of testing, every type of test management product also, like where you write your test cases, you would have an agent which will help you make your job more efficient and make you more productive. So you can see out over here, one of the major pain points for a lot of automation testers is maintaining those locators, right? So we have a self-heal agent which will automatically heal your locators without worrying about the integration. The good part about BrowserStack, because you saw earlier the test platform, all our products talk to each other. So you just connect one product, and tomorrow if you want to connect rest of the products, it is just matter of just enabling those products. You don't need to do any kind of code change because the product's data follows very seamlessly across all of these products. So let's take a look at this video, which is for the test management AI, how you can seamlessly create test cases just using prompt, PRD documents. So let's have a look at it. Can we have the audio, please?
Scattered across Jira tickets, Confluence pages, PDFs, Figma designs, screenshots, and even Slack threads, creating confusion, missed scenarios, and painful delays. Introducing BrowserStack's AI-powered test case generator agent that analyzes product requirements and instantly generates context-rich test cases while auto-filling key test case fields. Next, let's see the test case generator agent in action. In this first scenario, we'll see how the test case generator agent can create test cases from a well-structured product requirement doc. We're working with a clearly defined requirement for searching for a product on Apple's website and adding it to the cart. This PRD includes all the essentials, such as feature descriptions, expected behaviors, functional requirements, and acceptance criteria. Once uploaded, the AI agent begins analyzing the document. In just seconds, it generates test cases for a variety of scenarios, like product search, navigation, customization, and more, without the manual effort of poring through lengthy documentation. And it doesn't stop at the obvious. The agent also identifies potential edge cases based on the context in the PRD, scenarios that often get missed during manual test case creation. Each test case comes fully populated with all key fields: description, preconditions, test steps, and expected results, creating comprehensive and effective test cases. You can quickly review the generated test cases, make inline edits as needed, and add selected cases to your folders, all within the same workflow. This AI-driven process transforms hours of test case writing into just a few minutes.
Okay, so I think you got a quick glimpse about how test case generation is going to be so easy. You can not just have a PRD, but you can also have an image of your application and get the test case generated. You can have a Figma connection, Slack thread, Jira stories. So just plug it in the tool. It's very seamless integration, and you will get test cases out directly. And it doesn't stop here, because when you write test cases, the volume increases, the application keeps expanding, right? Like you add new features. You can see there are several other agents which is going to make your other task easy. Test deduplication, converting this test case into an automated test case, right? So your natural language now converted into an automated test just using an authoring agent. So all of this is right now available. So I would urge you all, whenever you have time, do visit the booth and do experience this. Talking about automation, I'm sure when it comes to automation, everyone is eyeing up, oh, what's interesting in automation, right? And the major pain point for every automation engineer, if you ask them, he says my test maintenance is it's making me crazy because I have to maintain all of those locators. My application keeps changing when it's in development. That's why I always delay. You would see for any organization which is doing automation, they will be always N-1 or N-2 from the actual release. They can't do automation on the same release itself because it's very hard to maintain. So what we are giving you some agents out over here, which will basically help you fix your locators. You will also get a failure analysis agent. On an average, any developer or a tester, when he does an RCA for any particular release, he spends around 3 days of average time just debugging what is that particular issue. And here, the RCA analysis, the agent will tell you what is the exact issue in the code, what to fix. It will even suggest you the code lines, what needs to be changed in your application to make that test work back again. So let's take a quick look for this self-heal agent, how it works. And yeah.
Here is an e-commerce site for which we
Can we have the audio, please?
Test that logs in, selects products, adds them to cart, proceeds to checkout, and places the order. On this screen, on the left is the original site. On the right is the updated site. After a simple UI update, a critical locator to the Quick Select user field has changed, as highlighted here. Simple changes like these are the root cause of most locator failures. Now, watch what happens when we trigger the test. Without self-healing, the test fails instantly, triggering a red build and sending your team straight into triage mode. The log confirms the break with the classic no such element exception. That's another at least 15 minutes lost, all spent debugging a test for a feature that was never actually broken. Next, let's run the same test again, this time with self-healing enabled. See how easy it is to enable the agent. And with that, the test passes successfully. The log shows you exactly what happened. Right here, the healed selector entry confirms the AI agent found the broken locator and used a new one, all in real time. The result? Up to 40% fewer automation build failures and several hours reclaimed every single month.
So I think everyone is talking about optimizing. I think this is one way. This is a very small agent which does a specific task, but optimized to such a level which is going to create a very bigger impact. So I think this is how as QAs we are going to evolve, and the way we test today is going to drastically change. It's very obvious that QAs are not going anywhere. It is just about the way we test the applications is going to change. And I think we are the one where we are introducing this change today. last thing, I think when AI comes in the picture, everyone starts talking about security, right? Okay, we cannot run the cloud. And it happened same when everyone was trying to move to a cloud testing, right? So here, just want to kind of stress a bit more on security. So when you run your test or when you use any of the AI agents, you have full control when you run on the BrowserStack platform. So your data is very secure. We don't train on users' test cases. So you're free to upload your test case on the test management. But when it comes to integrating the AI piece into it, we don't train because the AI is optimized to a level and it has been already trained on the public test case data where it is efficient enough to understand your PRD, understand your domain and come up with test cases. Yeah, and in case there are possibilities where you don't need a particular AI feature, that can be still kind of turned off and that control is completely always with you. With this, I just wanted to leave a thought with you all. Yeah, times are changing, but I think with that, even the way we are going to test is going to change. So do explore the AI agents. And with this, I would open for any questions. Thank you.
And any questions, team?
Hello. I'm sure our leaders are available in and around if we have any questions offline. But thank you so very much for bringing this session back alive. I know it was a very difficult task, but thank you so much for sharing those nuggets of information. Before they leave, can we have a huge round of applause, please?
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you once again for being here with us. All right, ladies and gentlemen, moving ahead with the agenda, we are lined up for a tech talk on trust as a feature, grounding agentic systems with knowledge graphs, where we will explore how knowledge graphs provide structured, explainable context to power autonomous AI agents with trust, memory, and reasoning. And for the same, I would like to welcome our speaker who brings over 20 years of experience across product and engineering, building and scaling platforms that power global enterprises. Well, his work includes leading the development of eClinic for NHS, UK, and IMI Chat, now a part of Cisco, reflecting his ability to blend deep technical expertise with a strong product-led approach. Well, with a background spanning fintech, telecom, and enterprise software, he is known for driving innovation that delivers real-world impact. He continues to push the boundaries of AI native testing and intelligent automation. Making his way on this stage is Mr. Aditya Challa, co-founder QA Pilot. Welcome, sir.
Oh, this for the. What do I need to click? This, right? Yeah. Thank you. Hello? Yeah. Cool. We'll start then. First of all, I would like to thank the QE Conclave team and Madhumurthy Garu for having us here. I was here at last year's QE Conclave, and at that time we were just a startup which was just starting to sell, and seeing the quality engineering community in Hyderabad really gave us confidence that this is the right place to build a quality engineering product out of India, right? Hyderabad is the best place to do this. I'll take you through a journey of how we've implemented agentic systems and our learnings over the last 1.5 years. Ankit spoke about this, about Cursor. I think the promise of Cursor was that you give it a prompt, it'll give you code, you feed the errors back, and you do that a few times, and then you have production-ready code, right? And that really was the promise of AI. But we know better today, because we need to manage the AI's context. We need to figure out the right AI LLM for the task at hand. We also need to have strict testing guidelines. So testing is not going anywhere. Now, how did something so promising come to where we are today, right? So I'll take a step back and we'll talk about what are the right questions to ask and how to make sense of what's happened over the last couple of years. One, why is agentic autonomy unreliable today? And is there a foundational piece which is missing? And how my experience in building a reliable mobile QA system. So the promise was this, right? That from in the last 6 years, agentic LLMs or AI systems became extremely powerful. And one way to visualize this is to look at the number of parameters in an LLM. Back in 2019, the best LLMs had about 100 million parameters. And today, those fit on a mobile phone. And today's LLMs have between 2 to 10 trillion parameters. And you need a full-fledged data center to even host them. Now, as the number of parameters increased, they became more powerful. They became more generic. But it came with another problem. The context size, to make the most of these LLMs, you needed to use the context which the LLM gave you effectively. And the context became huge. So for example, back in 2019, you could fit 1 page of information into the context of the best LLMs back then. Today, you can put all of Harry Potter series, all 7 books, into the context and still have some left. Now, when you have so much context, you have a different set of problems. So bigger context gives you different problems. What are those problems? Garbage in, garbage out. So you could have false information. When you have so much information, how do you make sure the information in it is correct? Second, context distraction. So you have so much information again in the context that you give the LLM for the question you've asked focuses on the wrong information. Third is the context clash, which is when you have so much information, you could have competing information and the LLM essentially gets confused. So how do we deal with these and how do we build production-ready systems in spite of all of these, right? And one way to do that is, again, kind of going back to computer engineering. So I think what all of this has done is make AI, which seemed super accessible, a computer engineering problem all over again. Now, one way to do that is to have specialized agents which are super focused on one task. I think both Avinash and Anshul spoke about it. You can draw an analogy to monolithic applications which you had before cloud, and which after cloud, we started having microservices, right? Because they were easier to manage, more reliable, and easier to scale. An army of agents is exactly like that. And this is what we found to be really effective, right? But when you have specialized agents, you have different sets of problems. And these are, every agent needs the right slice of context at the right time and needs to be able to seamlessly coordinate with all the other agents in the system. And what we found is that this cannot just be solved through bigger, better models or better prompting. You need to fundamentally rethink the architecture of your agentic system. Now, there are 3 architectures which you could look at. The one on your left and my right is more of a decentralized system. So it's a peer-to-peer sharing system where one agent finishes its task, hands over to the next agent along with all the context which is required. The second one is more of an orchestrator, where the orchestrator, almost like a manager, sits on top, assigns tasks to each of the agents, and passes on the context which is required at the time of assigning the task. The third is more of a hybrid, where agents are talking to each other, but are working off a common central data set, which is essentially a knowledge graph. And for the problems we are solving, I think this is what's working best for us, essentially having a knowledge graph, which is a grounded source of truth for all the agents to work together. What I'll do is I'll take you through how this army of agents with a knowledge graph work together in our product, right, in QA Pilot. So typical test automation products, all test automation products have 3 modules: recording, execution, and reporting. What we have done is gone ahead and added one more module, the generation module. This generation module generates a knowledge graph. So you upload your app, it generates a knowledge graph. A knowledge graph is essentially every node is a screen on the mobile app with all the metadata which is required for all the agents which are working on the knowledge graph. And this knowledge graph then gives rise to a sitemap which gives you all the user journeys which are available on the mobile application. Something like this, right? You have the knowledge graph on your left and the sitemap on your right. So all of this is generated autonomously without any human intervention. And as you can see, we are able to finish testing and creating and executing all positive journeys without any human intervention. So on top of these 4 modules which I spoke about, generation, recording, execution, and reporting, we then have knowledge graph and a set of QA pilot native agents which work on top of them. What I'll do is I'll take you through how these agents work in one case, right? Something we can all relate to. So for example, if you run our system on the Make My Trip app, the first, when you upload the app and launch the app, the first thing which comes is a pop-up. And this is essentially a big problem when you're automating any mobile app testing, right? So what we have is the first thing which happens is the pop-up handling agent, which is super specialized agent. It can't do anything else, right? We have trained it to do only pop-up handling, looks at the pop-up, and it does 2 things. Tells us whether the pop-up is there or not, and what to do to get rid of the pop-up. It needs to do 2 things, and it does it really well. Next, what happens if we come to a home page, where 2 other agents work together. One is what we call a guidance agent, which first identifies this as the home page from which all positive journeys start. As you can see, there are about 20-30 journeys which are possible from this page, right? So then we have a prioritization agent, which is essentially looks at all the tasks which are there, which are possible, prioritize them in order of importance, and also assigns a goal for every task. And this goal is then taken by a crawler to complete the creation of all positive test cases, right? So then, let's say flights is the first user journey which needs to be completed. You click on flights, then you come to this page where you have a bunch of test data which have to be created. This is where a test data generating agent comes in and creates appropriate test data to move forward in the journey. So essentially what you have is a bunch of agents, almost like I said, an army of agents, working together to create node after node and the knowledge graph, which then can be used by other agents to create user journeys, to execute user journeys, and so on. Yeah, so you can almost kind of see the sitemap forming as the agents read and write from the knowledge graph. But quality is never a one-size-fits-all, right? Every app, every enterprise has its own use cases. And how do we make sure that our system is extensible to all those use cases? And this is where a knowledge graph is better than any other architecture out there, because every enterprise could bring their own agent. I think Avinash spoke about Crew AI and other tools which are there to build your own agents. And you could build an agent on Crew AI, make it run on my knowledge graph, completely grounded in the app's knowledge. And essentially you can ensure that it never goes astray, right? So let's take another example from the same application, Make My Trip. This is an ad on the Make My Trip app, which has an offer on it. And the offer is served by an ad serving engine. And that can change multiple times a day. You want to be able to test whether once you click the ad, the landing page you go to honors the ad, honors the offer made on the ad. Now, this is a perfect use case for an agent, but it's an agent which we cannot build upfront. It's a bring your own agent use case where you build for a particular use case on a particular app, working on the same knowledge graph and the same grounded truth. Right. So, okay, we've done all this. What is the payoff, right? The payoff is we get 80% plus, in many cases more than 90% sanity coverage out of the box without any human intervention. There's really no need to even upload a PRD or anything of that sort, right? And clearly faster release cycles. And it's also a lot easier to maintain your sanity suits. So it's particularly useful for developers who want to make sure that the product is running before handing over to the testing and the quality engineering team. Right. So this has been our journey with building agentic systems. We found that having knowledge graphs is a great way to build and keep your systems grounded in trust and make them reliable. And we are not the only people doing this. You have people from Accenture, Capgemini, and also Harness. Jyoti Bansal, some of you might know was the founder of App Dynamics. They're all now trying knowledge graphs. It's something we've started using about a year and a half ago. And any of you trying to build reliable agentic systems, I would highly recommend using knowledge graphs as one tool in your kitty. Thank you. Any questions? I can take.
Well, thank you so much, Aditya, for a wonderful talk. Thank you so much once again. Can we have a huge round of applause, please? Thank you so much. I'm sure Aditya is around, so if you have any queries, we can definitely take it offline. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, next up, we are diving into a tech presentation on engineering trust with autonomous QA, detect, diagnose, diffuse defects, where we will explore how intelligent, self-governing QA agents not only catch bugs, but analyze root causes and neutralize them before they impact your product. Sharing his thoughts with us is a leader with over 25 years of experience in technology, product development, and quality engineering, with a career spanning leadership roles at Infovision, UST, Incertis, and SAS Institute. Well, he is a forward-looking leader who believes in blending human insight with the power of AI to transform how modern software is built and tested. At Context AI, he champions AI-driven automation and autonomous quality engineering, helping teams achieve faster delivery, smarter decision-making, and more reliable software at scale. Please put your hands together for Mr. Mukund Wangikar, Chief Operating Officer, Context AI. Welcome, sir.
Good evening. My name is Mukund Wangikar, and you must have heard a lot of things about in introduction. Maybe I'll try to keep it more focused on what's my journey and how Context AI has been evolved. So in my journey, I have experienced that, okay, the QA has always been sidetracked. And I was talking with Ankit that, hey, why QA is not getting that respect, because we are a last gate into the chain, and why we are always secretarying to the developers, right? We shouldn't, because we are a face to the organization. We are creating that impact to the end user, that how our product will look like. And in that journey, in my all 25 years, I've seen that the journey started from QC to QA to QE and now QI or AI. And we are the company who dropped a QA from its name and become a Context QI. And now we are called as a Context AI, right? And specifically because now we are breaking the boundaries of a conventional QA boundaries. We are moving towards left, we are moving towards right, okay, which that means we are taking a role of a developer. Can we detect, diagnose, and diffuse defect right at the testing cycle, not into the development cycle? And that's what our vision is. Our vision is that in 2029, when we reach, okay, or in 2027, when we reach to the level where we would like to be a partner in a development to diffuse defect, and that's what I'm going to talking about. So first, what do you mean by detecting the defects, right? How Context AI is helping, I will be talking about my product, because that is what I've been paid, I'm getting paid for the same thing, and we are paying for this conference to promote my product. Okay, so I'll be talking in context of a Context AI. How many times since morning or since the afternoon you must have heard this word context, right? So remember that whenever you use the word context, there is a context AI behind it. So how we are doing in the current world? In current world, when the test cases has been given to the end user, okay, we need to know that, okay, are we doing the right thing? Our focus is automation is a two-third part of it, but a major focus is to design the test case. How we are designing? Is my manual tester is equipped enough to do the test design? And we run on the principle called MOST, mind of software tester. So first understand that, okay, how software testers are thinking. They are not developers. So they are doing it in a more intelligent way. They take all the inputs from the various sources. So our tool also take all those inputs from the various sources like your BRD, SRD, the requirement specification document. You can also take the test cases, your Jira tickets, or even GitHub. Okay. And beyond that, the most bugs found on a hallway. Madhu sir can even echo me on that. Like when you are discussing the defects over a coffee or a Teams or maybe explaining someone. So those conversational information also we can capture and we can create a test case based on the video recording. So if someone is walking you through the product and you record that one, just give it to a context QA, it will write test case for that. So all these inputs it will take. So the first step is of the diagnosing and creating detecting it and then creating a test case out of it is to take information, process it and create test case. Test case is an outcome of the overall process. It's not an ultimate. Means you can always get, it's a running document where you can always create more and more based on the context what you get. So it will run that one. And based on that, it will show you that, okay, how your test cases are, right? Okay, what you need to do. It gives a lot intelligent analytics to the interactive dashboard. That means, am I doing right? Is it sufficient? Is the test cases are equipped enough to take it in, or I need more information? And then it creates the visual impact. These are the real screens. Okay, you can see that, okay, on the Airbnb side, you can see there are a lot of visual defects has been found. So we can first detect, are these test cases right through our detect module, and then it will give as an end user, it will give you the additional information with the different layers of information through the logs. It can give you the video recording and all that through the multi-layer defect spotting. Let me go through the diagnose. In the diagnose thing that, okay, once this has been design has been done, now after the execution, you can do a root cause by the pinpointing where defect is. Context AI tool is gonna help you into not only doing that, it will tell you from which sources your data is coming. You can see there is AI upload, AI assist, right from the GitHub. There are all these different inputs that it can capture. And then it will correct you and help you into that, okay, where the defect lies. And that's what I was saying that, okay, we are moving shift left and shift right. The most important thing that it will do is how end users are using your application. And I have seen that in one of the examples that, okay, for our customer into airline industry, they are using the product to book their shipment, but every time the end users is using in a different way than the tester has written the test cases. They're always visiting a calendar first, see the engagement of the customer and then see some other information and then move and then write. But that information was not captured by a developer or that information was not captured by a tester to write the test case. Through the insight model, we get to know that, okay, the end user is using product different way. So that information has been captured and you can see that, we can scan 20 different scenarios which is captured through the user interaction through which we have created nearly 127 test case which is comprised of 442 test steps which was missing. Okay, and that's the beauty of the product is that it will tell a tester that, okay, hey, you need to get augmented. What our aim is that, okay, to make tester as a test orchestrator. Okay, so imagine that, okay, a tester will have 3 more buddies along with him. One buddy is writing a test case, is good into writing the test case. Another buddy is good into developing the automation script. Third one is good into execution, and then they will report it togetherly. So the tool will give you, so the simple statement which we used to use in my sales pitch is that, okay, hey, we are doing a worth of 4 people, out of which one is human. Rest 3 are agents. And that's what the agents will work for you and will diagnose. And then it comes to the diffuse. Like auto healing, everybody talked about it. Auto healing, the more the data you give, more the intent you give, the tool will self-heal based on the person. And there is always a chance of a hallucination, right? We build in some custom LLMs which will avoid the hallucination, which will identify that how your product, okay, and what is an outcome is been expected, and that is, so it will not do the experiment on your intent. It knows that, okay, I'm doing testing, so I'm expecting a result. If there are no result, it will stop and tell you that, hey, there is no expected result, so I cannot write a test case for it. That's the profound difference between the experiment and that. All LLMs currently can do the experiment, and then we are falling into that false positive era, and then hallucination comes in. So context QA avoids that. It tells you the developer. Now we are now front-ending to the team. It tells you what is the root cause, what to fix, okay, what are the immediate actions to be available, prevent the measure, and it will suggest how to do a preventive measures for future, right? It tells developer that, okay, hey, do that, and then tells that, okay, with the confidence that, okay, whatever the automation is, that, okay, my confidence level is like 87% based on the input you are given. So AI will learn by itself and tells you. So it's basically, my submission here is, tester's job is not shaken up. Okay, don't worry. It is not. You need to augment yourself, learn this tool, make use of tool, and imagine that, okay, now you have been equipped with 3 more people. Someone is writing test case for you. Someone is executing for you. Someone is providing reports for you. Don't worry about it. Okay, get yourself up into the ladder, and then it's AI will gonna help you. AI always required a direction from human. It cannot run independently. Usain Bolt can run fast, okay, but he can win a medal only when he knows where is the finish line. So our role as a tester is to show a finish line to a Usain Bolt AI, and that's what my submission is, that, okay, don't worry, no one will gonna eat your job. AI is something that will give you, means you need to give a direction to AI, and it will gonna. Context AI can help into entire SDLC cycle, okay. A simple representation, you can take a photograph and use it for your purpose. This is AI, it is the area where in all the junctions of the SDLC cycle, context AI can help you. And we are proudly saying that, okay, we have a customer from all across the industry, which is from the manufacturing to airlines to financial domains to the healthcare. Okay, we are serving to all those customers. They are happy customer, provided a lot of good feedback to us. You can visit our website. You can book a demo. We are happy to help you into solving your test automation journey. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you so much, sir, for sharing your insights with us. It was a pleasure listening to you.
Thank you.
Can we have a huge round of applause once again, please? Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving into the final session of the day, which is going to be a panel discussion. Now, this panel discussion is going to be extremely insightful, extremely informative. So I was just thinking to capture and grab all that information and, the insights that's going to be shared. Let's do a small activity. Not the same one, don't worry. What I'm going to do is, I have this ball in my hand. I'm going to request you all to please stand up. Requesting you all to please stand up. Now the rule is when I throw the ball up in the air or when I throw it down, that is when you have to take your seat. Only then. If I throw it up, you take your seat. If I throw it down, also you take your seat. Otherwise, you keep standing. Simple? Okay, let's try this. What do you say? Should we play a quiz and give you some prizes once again? Are you ready? Is everybody ready? I can't hear you, Hyderabad. Are you ready to win some prizes? All right. The rule once again is simple. I'm just going to ask about 2 to 3 questions. If you know the answer, please raise your hand. Vijay sir, are you going to do the honors once again for me? Yeah? Okay, superb. So Vijay sir is the final, judge. If he says go, then it go. The question is, your AI model was producing accurate results in June, but suddenly started generating inaccurate responses in November. What is this concept called? Hold on. Your options are model drift, AI fatigue, digital rust. So who did? Is it? Yes, somebody raised his hand before. Sorry. All right. Sorry? Model drift, and we'll give it to you as well, sir. Can I know your name? Arvindan, sir? Ruby Mantam. But once again, now only when Vijay sir says, I'm going to go ahead with that, all right? So do you want to come up on stage? It'll be easier for you to see. All right. The next question is, if we train future AI models on data generated by other AI models, the quality gets worse and worse. This phenomenon is called, is it called the singularity? Is it called model collapse? Or is it called the infinite loop? Yes, you said infinite loop? That is wrong, sir. Model collapse. That is correct, sir. Can I know your name? Abhishek. And Sharad. Sharad, all right. Let's have a huge round of applause for Vijay, sir. Thank you very much. And don't worry, your gifts are coming after this session. All right, ladies and gentlemen, like I promised, we have come to the final, yet a very, very powerful session. The panel discussion of the day based on the trust imperative, reimagining quality engineering for an AI-first future. Well, spearheading the session is the chief orchestrator of the QE Conclave. Well, he is a visionary marketing leader with over 26 years of experience in scaling global tech products and services brands. His work has shaped how technology businesses differentiate, scale, and build trust in rapidly evolving markets. As the head of marketing at Qualizeel, he drives transformative strategies that elevate brand visibility, foster customers for life, and deliver hypergrowth. A distinguished alumni of ISB, ex-IMB, and BITS Pilani, he is a champion of storytelling and a mentor to world-class teams, shaping the future of technology, innovation, and marketing excellence. Ladies and gentlemen, spearheading this conversation and making his way on stage is Mr. Anurup Gaurav, AVP and Head of Marketing, Qualizeel. Didn't we just have some coffee and tea? All right. Thank you so much, and sir, over to you.
Thank you, Melanie. Am I audible? Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you again, Melanie. You have been wonderful throughout the evening. A very warm evening to each one of you, ladies and gentlemen. We are here for the most awaited session of Kiwi Conclave. And what an evening it has been. We heard Ankit, we heard Madhu, we heard Jyoti, we heard Avinash, Browser Stack, and all of them. And I met somebody, a young man, who is maybe in the very first years of his career, and something he said resonated with me very well. He said, in the age of AI, we are all learners. So it doesn't matter whether you have 30 years of experience, 40 years of experience, or 1 year of experience. We need to navigate this journey in the best possible way as learners. So with that spirit, I would like to take the opportunity to invite to the stage the esteemed panel for the evening. Starting with Mr. Jitendra Puchka. Mr. Jitendra Puchka, my pardon. Please welcome Mr. Jitendra Chakravarti Puchka, Chief Delivery Officer, Mastech Digital, and a seasoned transformation leader shaping enterprise outcomes through AI, data, and digital innovation. With 27 years of global experience, he has guided organizations through major transformation journeys and scaled delivery operations across LTI Mindtree, Cognizant, Wipro, and DSQ. Actively involved with industry bodies and NGOs, he is committed to building sustainable businesses, nurturing strong ecosystems, and mentoring leaders of tomorrow. Can I have a strong round of applause for Mr. Jitendra, please? May I now have the pleasure of welcoming on stage Kavita Banwadia. Please welcome Kavita Banwadia, Head of Platform Engineering at Broadridge. Welcome, Kavita. A driving force in digital innovation and the technology leader spearheading the company's AI and blockchain transformation. With over 21 years of IT and deep expertise across BFSI, she leads platforms that power tokenization, data analytics, and intelligent automation, while championing cost-effective architecture, high-performing global teams, and the next wave of AI/ML-driven solutions that deliver real business impact. Beyond her technical leadership, Kavita is deeply committed to mentoring emerging talent and uplifting women in technology, shaping stronger and more inclusive future for the industry. A loud round of applause, please. May I have the pleasure and privilege to welcome on stage the brain, the heart, and the soul of Kiwi Conclave, Mr. Madhu Murthy. I leave it at that. We all know who Madhu is. A very warm welcome, Madhu, to the stage. And may I now have the pleasure of welcoming Ms. Jyoti Rai, Managing Director Technology, Southwest Airlines, to the stage, please. As you are all aware, Jyoti has flown in from Dallas, Texas, exclusively to attend, be a speaker at this event. Much appreciated, Jyoti. Thank you so much. Again, I'm keeping your intro brief. All right. And I would like to take the opportunity to invite next Mr. Shiva Kumar RV. Please welcome Shiva Kumar RV, founder of Platform Builds and a mission-driven builder shaping the future of sovereign AI and population-scale platforms. After playing a pivotal role in architecting India's largest digital payments infrastructure at NPCI, and with deep expertise in population-scale systems, cloud-native architectures, and resilient infrastructure, Shiva is redefining how nations, enterprises, and developers build the next generation of digital platforms. Passionate about empowering developers, he now leads a global movement to transform the future of platform engineering. A very warm welcome, Shiva, to the stage. All right. The stage is set for the most awaited session of the evening. It is a pleasure and privilege to be moderating this session. I have been associated with Kiwi Conclave for the last 3 editions. This is the 3rd edition. And every time, there is a mood. There is an overarching mood in the hall. There is a theme. In 2023, when we started Kiwi Conclave, everybody talked about AI is coming. Gen AI is coming. That was the prevalent mood. 2024, last year, AI had made the landfall. 2025, at this point, referring to Madhu's slide a few minutes ago, AI is everywhere. It is, though not new, AI is not new. We are in the 5th generation of AI. However, something happened in November 2022. And that was an inflection point in the journey of AI, and ChatGPT was launched, GPT 3.5. And that was an inflection point, and everything after that changed. It was like we entered a new world. It is like there is a new species, maybe superior to us, who is amongst us. And everybody is figuring out now how to coexist peacefully and synergistically with that. So with that as context, I would like to now take the panel to the next stage. We'll start with the word AI panel, because that is something that is kind of common to all the sessions that we have had. And as you are all aware, the world is changing as we speak about AI. Just to quote a couple of statistics, for the first time in the history of the United States and the world, the US is spending more on constructing data centers than constructing offices. And we are spending trillions of dollars in AI every time. That said, we are coming back to a specific question year after year. It was there 2 years ago, it was there a year ago, and it is here now too. A couple of weeks ago, Sundar Pichai, he brought it up again. He said AI is a bubble. He is the same person who has said AI is more profound than fire, electricity, or the internet. So, Madhu, I would take the opportunity to ask you this. Can you please, from your vantage point of looking at AI, tell us, how do you see it? Is it a bubble? It is not a bubble? Or is the answer more nuanced than that?
So, as far as I'm concerned, I think AI is the most powerful, by far, the most powerful general purpose technology humanity has built. As a general purpose technology, it will change many things in the world, especially how work will be done. Now this bubble, I think, as a technology, I think no longer it's a bubble. Okay, we'll figure out initially, because it is throwing up different types of problems during usage. We will learn, and a lot of companies, intelligent people will solve that and transform the way work is being done. And I think enterprises will leverage it, and they will provide much better customer experience than they're able to do with right now whatever technology. Now this bubble, maybe from a financial angle, if you look at it, yes, there is huge investments are happening, as you said, data centers, infrastructures, GPUs, and some kind of this, some people call GPU land grab. These are the kind of things creating a little bit of issues financially, again, the stock markets and all. So I think those bubbles will be there, they will burst, some people will survive, all those things will happen. But the QE community here, this is a general purpose technology which will make QE really efficient, and also with the generative AI applications coming and occupying all the enterprise space, there is a lot of high quality testing by humans will be needed. So I think it's, I don't fully agree to that hype. It is really a solid general purpose technology.
All right. Thank you, Madhu, for that powerful perspective. Anybody on the panel would like to have a take on that? Yeah, we can take maybe one or two opinions there. Yep.
Yeah. So Madhu, thank you for that opinion. I tend to agree with you. We have started somewhere, and we learn from our experiences. And that's exactly what's going on, right? There are statistics out there, 90% of the AI projects become a failure, but let's focus on that 10% that are succeeding, right? And that's where, that's the human nature. Let's continue to try until we succeed, and we are gonna see that. And our disciplines are going to morph, and that's what's happening with the QE landscape as well. It's gonna morph and adapt to the changing world. Well said.
Thank you. Anybody?
Yeah, sure, Kavita, please.
So, I think, audible? Yeah. So
Yes.
AI is real. It's not fad. The thing is, if you really look at the foundation through which it's been created, it's a beautiful combination of science, biology, and technology, right? How it's been created is understanding the human brain, understanding how human thinks, and converting into a technology. Because that's the very foundation of AI, right? So I personally believe it's a strong foundation, so it's not going to go. But what's going to happen in future is, like we have seen with cloud as well. There was a rush to move to cloud. A lot of people are coming back from cloud to on-prem as well. Today, there is a rush to use AI anywhere and everywhere. Over the period of time, people will figure out the use cases, right? Where they should really use AI, where you should use automation, and where you should really not use the AI because it's not the right use case. I think we are still in that flux in terms of figuring it out, where, what, and how to use it. I think that is what would define the world probably in coming years.
Thank you, Kavita. Okay, if I may. So yeah, again, I mean, thank you so much for the powerful perspectives. I think Sundar Pichai, Jeff Bezos, and Bill Gates agree with what you just said. So the difference between a technology bubble and a financial bubble. So we have had examples in the past. For example, the internet was a bubble of a technology nature, and when the dust settled, the world had changed. Similarly, there was a medical bubble which gave us a lot of life-saving drugs. But there was also a 2008 financial bubble, which was not the kind of bubble that we would like. So I think we are all in agreement, the panel is in agreement, I understand that it is not a financial bubble, it may be a technology bubble. There might be companies who get decimated at the end of this, when the dust settles, but the world would be a better place, a different place when that happens. With that said, I think Jyoti brought up a very interesting point. She referred to the AI adoption, the pilot to production journey. So according to a recently released MIT report that was released in 2025 July, only 5% of organizations are actually seeing real value. So only 5% of pilots are moving into production when it comes to AI. And that means 95% of orgs are getting zero return with minimal P&L impact. That is not because they are not ambitious. That is not because there is no investment. The reason is different. There is investment. There is ambition. In fact, 30 to 40 billion USD enterprise investment has already gone into Gen AI. But in spite of that, there are some core barriers to scaling. So I would like to pick up from where you left off, Jyoti, and I would maybe invite Jit. Jit, from your vantage point of looking at the industry, could you please let us know if AI is new electricity as it was promised by Andrew Ng some time ago, or is it still a very expensive decorative lamp in the boardroom? Or to rephrase my question, why is enterprise AI so brutally hard to scale? And what separates the 5% winners from the 95% laggards?
Yeah, thank you for having me here. I hope I'm audible. I think in last few weeks, there is no forum without talking about this 95% report. I know probably, I would say this is probably one of the most misunderstood report. People caught hold of that 95% part and miss the rest of the report in terms of what the report was talking about. But I think the problem is real. If people invested $30, $40 billion, which you're talking about, did we get all the return on investment for those pieces? The answer is no. I think the question is about what are we looking at from these pilots and what are we thinking about, right? As soon as everyone started thinking about Gen AI and agentic AI, people started throwing some tool and expecting some magical responses. And actually, AI is a magic. I think Kavita touched upon, it's actually a combination of biology, math, science, and all the pieces coming together. It's a magic. But even that magical thing can only happen if you're able to start using in the right manner. I mean, think about computer systems or whatever. I think recently somebody talked about. We are confused with programming, computer system, testing, and all these pieces and mixing up. I think we need to go back to the systems thinking, system engineering approach kind of a thing. I think quality engineering is one of the things. What I mean by that is we can't do a bits and pieces and expect suddenly a magical results in the end-to-end process of this. I think if you look at the 95% people which talked about in this report, they looked at solving a bits and pieces of applying that AI in some portion. But unfortunately, fortunately, enterprises are actually massive. They built over decades of time with a significant infrastructure, significant interfaces, integrations, and a lot of other pieces. You will only get the best results if you're able to actually reimagine, and if you're able to go back to your entire system engineering thinking. That's where it is. Now look at the other portion of it. A lot of people started looking as soon as the technology came, buying the best model and building an interfaces, and that's it. That's the best way to get it. But unfortunately, that's not way you can get the best results out of it. Now let's look at the other side of it. The 5%, the so-called successful people, did they buy the best model? Did they have the best talent? Is it the reason? The answer is no. Yeah, maybe they had a best model, best talent. But the reason for they were able to go back to is about they went back to the drawing board to look at it. How do I reimagine the whole thing? How do I start looking at these pieces? Which includes you need to have a frameworks, you need to have a guardrails, you need to have an integration, you need to have a systematic approach, you need to have not just the testing frameworks, you have an end-to-end evaluation frameworks. How these evaluation frameworks in the real time will take care of it. I think that's the biggest difference. These 5% people are able to do that. I would go back to what Mr. Madhu talked about. I think it became a general purpose technology, and we talked about electricity or atomic power and cloud, all the other pieces. But what is the difference at this point of time is, imagine we are building a skyscraper or an autonomous car. Suddenly we pick up some bricks and cement and start building without having the proper foundation. and you start blaming those raw materials are the reason for it. Today it's like that. AI is getting blamed, and it's nothing to blame AI. It's just the question of we are not bringing end-to-end at systems thinking to solve the problem. I think once we do that, that 95% may reverse in terms of a 95% will be success instead of the 5%. That's my view.
Thank you so much, Jit, for that insightful perspective. In the spirit of the quiz that Melanie did a few minutes ago, I would like to ask one question to the audience. Can you guess how many people are there in this room right now? Somebody said 800? Okay, close to 900, according to my last knowledge. It might have increased in the meantime. Can you guess how many companies, how many unique companies are there in this hall right now? Somebody says 100. 100? The number of unique companies who are present in this room right now is more than 400. And I think what Jit just said would have resonated with a lot of you, in the audience. So AI is powerful, but there is still a lot of work that needs to be done to realize value out of it. So with that, we'll move to the next question, a very interesting one. And we also have a very interesting person amongst us. The short introduction that I gave did not do justice to the profile of the man. So I'll just go under the hood a little bit. So Shiva, he is currently in the process of building something called Platform Builds. And it builds sovereign AI platforms at population scale, at nation scale. And before Platform Builds, Shiva was with NPCI, National Payments Corporation of India. And NPCI, as everybody knows, builds and operates India's retail digital infrastructure. So who in this room doesn't know what UPI is, what RuPay is, what IMPS is, what FASTag is, what Vim is? And each of these are being used by millions and billions of people on a daily basis. So here's the man. So my question to you, Shiva, based on your experience of building mission-critical AI platforms at population scale, at NPCI and Platform Builds, how do you define trust? That will be interesting. We saw in Madhu's demo, how trust might be defined for a specific context. We would love to understand, at that scale, how would you define trust that millions depend on a daily basis? And what does it take to actually engineer that trust in practice? Please share your perspective.
Thank you. Those are big words, kind words. Thank you. In fact, the growth of this country, growth of UPI, growth of NPCI is because of you all. Thanks for the love. Thanks for trusting us. Thanks for the trust and the love that was showered, that has been showered, that continues to. I'm sure the organization and the institution continues to do well. And thank you for this opportunity, for inviting me here. So first thing first, before I jump into answering the question, I'd like to explain why I chose to start up of my own while I was having a comfortable life at NPCI, right, for half a decade close to. And my team and me were the ones who were responsible to entirely redesign the entire architecture for UPI and all the products, and including our own data centers. Now, one of the major things that we faced, this is, I don't know, will it be funny or not to say this, but how many of you have been in the war rooms facing outages here? Okay. How many of you operate out of data centers? Not public clouds. Data centers? All right. Can you imagine a world where there is no API to orchestrate your infrastructure? Like AWS, Azure, GCP, they give you the APIs to orchestrate. But here, we are talking with bare metals, and we're talking population scale, right? So trust is something that has to be imbibed not just because of AI, but actually anything and everything we build, right? And think of today not having UPI touchwood for even 2 minutes, it's going to be chaotic, right? And in my last stint at NPCI, it was building the AI platforms. So the first 4 years, my responsibility was to build the platform and then empower that platform with AI. So the fundamental challenge that we face, not just NPCI, but the entire banking industry, or you take defense, these are all regulated industries. We cannot connect anything and everything to internet. It's by default barred for us, which means we need to bring in the power of AI into our own data centers and then make use of these models. So obviously those paid models like the Claude, which is Anthropic, or any other model which is paid, we cannot bring them on-prem. So we have to depend on open source models. So fundamentally, we created, like the way when we designed a platform, we created a rule book. And the first rule of the book says, AI has to be boring. It cannot excite us. It cannot be a box of surprises. So fundamentally, I think Mr. Challa was saying, with the increase in the number of parameters, the intelligence is growing. Yeah, when you talk to a lot of intellects, definitely it's a bouncer for me. It goes just bounces away, right? That's what exactly even these AI models do. Now, are you okay if you send 1,000 rupees and you get a receipt of 100 rupees? Okay, seems like it's okay with you guys. I am not okay. I was just expecting a response there, but yes, no one likes surprises in the payments ecosystem. At least I don't. I want my money to go in a very safe way, right? So we want AI systems, but we want them in a very predictable way, right? And then comes the next one. AI, okay, great buzzword. Forget about AI. I love mathematics. End of the day, there's a confidence score. And I think one of the freshers said, even I'm a fresher today with AI, I also agree, it is probability. It is a confidence score is nothing but probability. Please correct me, I am still learning AI. I'm a old school platform guy, a hardware guy, right? So it's all math, and that probability will increase, or the accuracy will increase only if the data is clean, right? So the second ingredient we put in onto the table, what are we training in a contextual way, or what is the knowledge base that we are feeding to the AI model? The next one is, today we are seeing a very fast, I think it's a race. I find it to be like a rabbit race, or what do you want to call it? It's like everyone is behind creating models. There are so many models coming in. Everything is good at reasoning, everything is good at math, everything is good at coding. Ask it to come and play my PS with me. Let's see if it can beat me. But net, the race of these AI models are actually creating the fundamental question, how trustable are they, right? Again, remember the first rule, it has to be boring. I can't have surprises on payments, right? But we cannot lose out on the intelligence. We'll have a FOMO, fear of missing out, saying like, hey, I want to use that new model for sure. It sounds crazy. So how do we balance that? Bring in versioning. So version control. So just like software in QE, what do? We actually bring in a shadow model. We go with an AB, or we go with a blue-green deployment. We gain the confidence on, the new build. I think the developer is still goofed up. I am the smartest kid being the QA. Is definitely my role when I was a QA in my life, right? So obviously the trust index will only build over a period of time, but we cannot miss out on latest features. So version control, very, very important. Like the way we do shadow models for learning, even for inferencing, use different models, and for the same model, use different versions and have a safe failback, right? So create an inferencing engine in such a way that you call the API, the end user need not know that something just goofed up in the background. If you're able to handle it in a smooth way, error handling, exception handling, the fundamental software development concepts kick in. Then, how many of you have used the Raptor Mini here? Raptor Mini, the latest one, it's running in preview mode, zero cost, GitHub Copilot, go grab it yourself, it's coming for free. If you're coding, try Raptor for reasoning. You know what is the best part about Raptor? It gives a lot of verbose output, which means it's kind of actually telling me when I'm trying to solve a problem statement or when I'm trying to write my code. And when I am actually doing vibe coding with Raptor, Raptor is very verbose. It's like this radio jockeys. It's continuously feeding me back how it is arriving to this particular conclusion, right? So I did a small experiment. What I did, to my custom VS Code plugin, I actually started redirecting that data into my own small Docker container to see how is this model more superior, how is this able to do my bug finding in my code, and how am I able to fix it better. Which means verbosity. Don't ignore the verbosity. Have very good observability. Try to understand how a particular model is arriving to a specific conclusion to that particular score. That will help you probably tune the next prompt for it to be a lot better way, right? Last thing is human touch. Look, there was a time where people said unmanned aircrafts, right? That never happened. Yeah, there are co-pilots, there are assisted flight panels, but net manned aircrafts are still trusted. So AI can never beat humans, but if we can give the human touch, don't blindly deploy your models and start running in production. We find it to be risky. Rather, like the way regenerative learning works, have a way to do some kind of sampling, some kind of human touch to it. Right? This way, the trust on AI can be increased and the output will be far more predictable without missing on the latest technologies, right? So net, I personally call with these fundamental wirings in place, instead of calling it artificial intelligence, I will say it is accelerating intelligence. And these models are actually helping us move faster, accelerate our outputs, and with the proper governance and trust index, with the right kind of guardrails or whatever you want to call the jargons, whatever you want to throw, I think AI is here to stay. It's going to take us longer ahead. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shiva, for that perspective. Now, what we got in 3 to 4 minutes from Shiva in a distilled format is the foundation on which some of the nation's largest retail digital payment infrastructures are built. So thank you so much, Shiva, for sharing your perspective on that.
Sure. I'd like to just take 30 seconds.
Yep.
So one of the main problem statements that we solved in NPCI is, look, when you are in a war room, right, there is always a pass the buck game. The application dev will say, look, there is a problem in the network guy will say there's a problem on server, the server guy will say, look, I don't know, the software is acting up. How do we solve that? So the pass the buck game, right? So we actually brought in observability and we plugged in AI at a later stage. And what we typically did is we brought in all the tech metrics and all the business metrics also, and we created something called impact to causation. And what we did with impact to causation, whatever the cause is, the impact is seen on metrics, on business metrics, right? It's my operations person who takes the hit. He or she is the one who's actually facing the banks and the country, right? So that's where exactly we used it. We use the same principles, and today I think the root cause analysis in NPCI today goes by the 5I rule. Let it be UPI, IMPS, APS, RuPay, NFS, BPG, NTS, CTS, or the latest CBDC, any stack you take it. It's all running by the 5I rule, and again it is air-gapped, open source models with the proper guardrails and these fundamental principles actually.
All right. Again, very powerful insights, Shiva. Thank you so much for that. So from one industry veteran, we'll now turn our attention to another. You have already seen her in the morning. Jyoti Rai, I'm coming to you next. I would love for you to add some more color to some of the things that you discussed in your keynote session in the morning. More specifically, to paint the picture, in the aviation industry, and this is an industry where safety, reliability, and these are non-negotiable. Any small mistake can do chaos, right? I mean, who better understands that than you? And you also referred to the fact that Southwest Airlines has recently undergone a major transformation, an ambitious modernization transformation in the entire aviation industry. I still remember the point that where you said mainframes is still fresh in my mind, and these are some of the industries that are in need for transformations, right? And here is an example of a very successful transformation happening at one of the largest aviation companies in the whole world. That's not a small feat. Modernizing at scale is hard enough, but doing it without disrupting your existing systems is magic. How did you do that, Jyoti? Can you please add a little more color? Or to rephrase my question, what are the biggest lessons from the transformation for organizations trying to adopt AI responsibly from the Southwest transformation example, and without breaking what already works? So if you could let us know, and by us I mean the people who are in the audience, and I'm one of them because I'm representing them on stage. So if you could please let us know how you did it at Southwest, I think that'll be an eye-opener for all of us.
Absolutely. The short answer is magic. But coming to the reality, it was no short than magic, of course, right? It started out with building a strong foundation. And when I say building out a strong foundation, what I mean by that is the people. The people of your organization are either going to make you or break you. So it was building out that strong foundation. And again, I'm very thankful to Qualazeel on that.
And if I may interject for a second here,
Sure.
I still remember the sentence when you said in the keynote that you not only trained your people, you empowered them. And there is a big difference between the two.
There is a big difference. While training is important, what's even more important is the empowerment of the people. It's your people that know the problem, and it's your people that know the solution to the problem. So starting out with that strong foundation, that empowerment of people that understand the problem, and they are going to solve it for you. They knew what the problem is. We needed to modernize. We needed to do something about it. We needed to cut our cycle time down in delivering our products. So building out that vision and then a strategy to execute that vision was with the people in the room. How are we going to do it? They know the ins and outs, what's going to make us, what's going to break us, and building that roadmap for cloud modernization, those automated CI/CD pipelines, adoption of AI, which really, really sped up the development. And I'm going to quote a very conservative number here. Just this past year, we have been able to go 30% faster. I don't want to get too optimistic, but I have seen examples of where we are delivering even more than that. So it was a change brought about by the people for themselves. Nobody wants to do firefighting, and so it was the buy-in of that. So it starts with the culture, changing that culture, changing that mindset, trusting your people, and investing in continuous improvement.
Very, very profound. Very profound. Can we have a round of claps for Jyoti and Southwest? Again, what we are hearing in distilled format from the esteemed dignitaries present on the stage is life's work. A lot of insights, a lot of research, a lot of execution has gone into making these possible on the ground. So again, thank you so much, panel, for sharing your perspectives. We heard from two industry veterans, and now we are going to move to the third industry veteran amongst us, and that is none other than Kavita. Kavita, you come from worlds where trust is not a nice to have, it is oxygen. By that, I mean you have worked in highly regulated, security-critical industries. Your current organization, Broadridge, in fintech and capital markets infrastructure. Your previous organizations, Berkeley, for example, global banking and financial services. These are industries where trust, compliance, reliability, and governance are non-negotiable. So here's the question. In banking and capital markets and fintech, trust is not optional. How do you build AI systems that stay transparent, auditable, and compliant at an enterprise scale, and without slowing innovation to a crawl?
So I'll actually take this in 3 points. So
Yeah.
Point number 1 is it's a highly regulated environment.
Can I just interrupt you for a second? Is everybody able to hear us? Okay.
Okay.
Thank
fine.
you.
Thank you. So, see, regulation is not changing. It is about thinking, how do we leverage AI best to its capability that we are able to still enact that regulation, right? What it means is, whenever we do anything with AI, we need auditability. We need to produce those compliance level documentation which is still required. And how do we do that, right? Every organization has different policies. They work for different regulators, and hence the regulation changes. You build that as a layer which will actually check for compliance, check for data leakage before passing it on to the open AI models, right? That's the one way to do it. And that's how most of the banking and the financial industries are doing it at this point in time, right? Second thing is, these industry are there for 200 years, 300 years, 100 years. So there's a lot of legacy which sits there. Like Jyoti said, right? Systems are legacy. It's mainframe. You would see the version of Java 8 on which systems are running. You would see the version of COBOL, which is which is unsupported, correct? These AI tools comes very, very handy, right? In terms of doing those tech debt remediation and help in the modernization. Very handy. Things which used to happen for 2 years, 3 years, you will see now is actually happening in 8 months, 9 months, and that too fairly with lot of confidence. That's the pace it has actually accelerated. Third thing is, I firmly believe the world which will come, which we'll see in next 4 to 5 years, is going to be the world of orchestration, wherein all of us would actually act as an orchestrator and we would be having digital workers, right? So future belongs to people who actually, we saw a lot of things about workflows and agentic AI and everything. So it's more about orchestrating work towards the goal and how do you make those digital workers, right, work to your benefit, okay? That's going to be the next upcoming thing. Fourth thing which I feel which industry has not explored as much as they should have explored is blockchain is still quite underrated. Now what blockchain gives you is immutability, it gives you auditability, it gives you trust, which AI lacks, right? I think my suggestion to most of the product organization and entrepreneurs would be to have blockchain along with AI. It will actually build a system which will provide you trust and power of AI, right, which we can harness with a lot of trust. And I would seem to think that is what will give this banking industry and finance industry a lot more, right, use cases than where they are today.
You read my mind, Kavita. I mean, thank you so much again. Before I get into that aspect, thank you so much again for sharing your distilled perspectives, coming from somebody like you who has spent so many years in the industry that you have, such regulated industry. So very insightful for the audience. But you did read my mind, because the next question that I had on my note was, and I'll just read it out. You have beautifully answered it, but for the benefit of the audience, I'll just read it out. You sit at the intersection of AI and blockchain. What happens to trust when AI, which is probabilistic, which is uncertain, meets blockchain, which is immutable? And you have already answered it. So thank you so much, Kavita, for that perspective. When Shiva was referring to the architectural principles, he used a word called data. And for people who are familiar with AI, they know how important data is. AI cannot exist without data. There have been many quotes about the intersection of AI and data. So there is no one better to answer a question on data amongst us than Jit, who is a veteran in the data and analytics side of the industry. So Jit, I'm coming to you with the next question. So DJ Patil, he was the former US chief data scientist. He said, and he has many quotes to his credit, if you don't trust your data, you can't trust your AI. I think we all agree. AI is only as smart or as honest as the data pipelines behind it. You, Jit, have led massive data and AI transformations across Europe, North America, and APAC. You have seen the glamorous AI demos, and you have also seen the messy back-end plumbing that actually makes or breaks those demos in production. So let me ask you this. AI systems are only as trustworthy as the data pipelines behind them. How should organizations rethink data quality, lineage, and governance to ensure reliable and responsible AI at scale? We would love to hear your perspective.
Yeah, thank you. It's been actually one of the most important topics everyone keeps debating about. I think it's very commonly heard about your AI is as good as data. I'm a movie buff. Any of you watched on Netflix a short movie called Human in the Loop? Any of you watch? It's actually about, the movie talks about, generating the rural BPO kind of a data centers which are doing data labeling, annotation, which actually generates very interesting images. It talks about Indian tribal woman kind of a thing, and suddenly it just pops up a Western world kind of a different features and all that, and then start realizing about what's the value of the right data to generate the right output, right? I think it's actually brilliantly depicted in a simple manner. Now, coming back to the original question you're talking about, I think most of the people like me and who are in the industry for long enough, we made money thanks to the regulated industries. We made significant money to continue to demonstrate data quality, whether it's talking about in the financial industries, about compliances, regulatory. And by the way, it's all must and mandatory, because we just now heard about, are you okay to let 100 rupees go? None of us wants to do that, and banks are expected to drive that. So keeping that in mind, data quality, governance, and lineage has been actually a biggest and most important thing for organizations to drive, and whether it's healthcare or insurance and banks, and government's also been very, very critical about it. But what is fundamentally changed? I know every organization keep talking about it, but at the same time, when you go to the business keep cribbing about, it's a piece of crap I'm getting, I don't know why I'm investing millions of dollars for this kind of a thing. And then we keep talking about it's a 95% accurate, 96% accurate. And somebody told me many, many years back, one of the large manufacturing company, there is only 0 or 1. I don't understand what is this 95% accuracy in a data quality. Whether the machine works or machine doesn't work. So I think from there is a lots of progress happened in last few decades, thanks to the advancements in RDBMS and other things. We started building capabilities of data, what is data quality, what is the data governance, and what is the lineage, why it is important. And we also briefly talked about blockchain and others. But let's just think about what is the AI bringing to the flavor. I'm sure a few minutes back, I think somebody talked about Andrew Ng, and I think he also talked about the biggest value we need to start looking from AI is not, again, go back to the structured data. It's all about information buried in PDF files, videos, and Slack text, or Teams, etc., etc. I think how do you get that and start looking at the value out of it? And when you start thinking about, it's no longer sufficient for us to go back and look at it, how do we measure observability, how do you do quality, how do you do your governance? Technically, they're all meaningless. I mean, you can think about how to think quality assurance as XYZ, but that's not the way you think about in the new world of AI. So what does that mean? Maybe some people say it's a old wine in a new bottle, or maybe some people say it's a fundamental shift. I believe it's a fundamental shift. We no longer can do a unit testing or a quality assurance in a regular manner. Maybe we need to build an autonomous, or probably some kind of an autonomous judge kind of a thing, which will continue to validate in real time how the data quality is flowing. It's not about you come back with 8 principles or 10 rules which will define your quality and assurances. That's not going to happen. Because we're talking about these systems are going to do real-time reinforcement learning, but you need to have a parallel systems which are going to continue to monitor them and raise the red flags and continue to self-heal if required. I think that's the biggest thing. And I think people in this room who are building over the years the quality engineering capabilities and giving assurances and making sure as a stewards and assurance leaders and all, what's important is about how do we build such kind of an autonomous systems in real time and make sure the quality is not afterthought, but the quality or a governance or lineage is a continuous process. I also like a few minutes back when Shiva talked about, you no longer wait for a request and response kind of a thing. You in a real time look for a verbose, you real time look for how the quality and lineage is happening. I think that's what the world is moving into this. And we as a professionals, whether we are developers, engineers, testers, XYZ, have to start building the capabilities. Then only I think the lineage quality governance we're talking about will see the light. Because no longer data quality issue is about you have a null values or you have a bad values kind of a thing. It's also about you are getting the outdated document, are you having the right chunkings, are you looking at right evaluation frameworks. I think that's fundamentally shift into that is going to be a make or break.
Again, thank you so much, Jit, for that insightful perspective. Okay, just for the information of the audience, this panel discussion is split into two halves, not halves, two parts. So the first part is the panel discussion, and then there'll be a 10 to 15-minute duration where each of you can ask a question to the panel. So we are proceeding towards that. I'm left with only 2 to 3 questions, and then the floor will be open. So please keep your questions ready. We have a distinguished panel representing so many different industries. So it's a privilege to have such a panel on stage. So with that, I will come to you, Madhu, for your perspective on something which is immensely important. I think some of our earlier speakers in the day have already touched upon this. We are racing towards a world full of autonomous agents. But the uncomfortable truth is, AI doesn't just get things wrong, it gets them wrong confidently. And there have been umpteen examples of AI getting things wrong very, very confidently. Which brings us to the big question. In an AI-first world, how critical is human in the loop or on the loop? And just to make it more interesting, what is the nightmare scenario if we get that balance wrong?
According to me again, human in the loop or not having human in the loop, that aspect is non-negotiable. Human has to be in the loop. Because of whatever you said, okay, even if it is an autonomous agentic system, but we cannot keep humans out of the loop. So that can be extremely dangerous because of the whole probabilistic nature of AI outputs. So as long as we are clear about that, but still, with the intelligence that is available, we can make, like other day I was talking to one of our customers, because in Qualizil, we are a IT services company. So I keep telling, hey, go use generative AI, produce some work. Anyway, last year I was telling people, don't have any ego issue with generative AI, because last year that was the issue. People are telling, why should I do that? I am more intelligent than AI. So at least I think a lot of us have come out of that loop. No ego issues now. We want to use it. But when in the customer also, I told the same thing. Actually, he was addressing all of the Qualizil population, and he was also talking about AI, what his firm is doing right now. Then generally I keep on advising these people to learn AI, use in their work, but they don't use it. That's what I told him. Then he actually, again, I told why they don't use it, because AI doesn't produce any correct outputs. That is the reason with which they tell we don't use. But actually, the customer made a good comment. He told, we know it doesn't produce a correct output, but if it produces more than zero kind of help to you, better to use it. So I think with that in mind only, we have to use AI. There is a need for human in the loop. All the systems will insist on humans to approve, then only it will flow. So I think that is non-negotiable. Yeah.
All right, I see a lot of nods, including mine. So unless anybody has an opinion which is very different from what Madhu had, we'll move on. And Madhu, we are not letting you go. The next question is also coming to you. And also Kavita, to you. It is a question for both of you. And this is a question that everyone in this room wants secretly answered. But they have not told us yet. And this is one of the two questions that are most often asked when people ask questions about AI. The first question, is it going to take my job? The second question, will AI kill us? We'll leave the second question for another day. We'll focus on the first one, Madhu. I'll just state something that Sam Altman, OpenAI CEO, said some time ago. He said AI could replace 40% jobs by 2030. So with that as context, and there are many other voices in the industry which have an opinion on this. You have been in the industry for 30 to 40 years, Madhu. You have seen a lot of...
40 years, they'll think I'm too old.
Okay. I take it back. So you have been around for a reasonably long amount of time, Madhu, to give a great answer to this. So what will AI do to jobs? What's going away? What's getting reinvented? What new roles are about to explode? And most importantly, how should professionals prepare right now so they're not caught off guard? So Madhu, your insights will be very helpful here.
Okay. So actually, I don't know the answer really, what happens. But what we are seeing in the IT services industry point of view, the model change is happening. So IT services over the many, many years, only one model worked very well. So no matter what is the problem, what is the solution, who is there, at the end there is only one question asked by customer. That is actually we talk about it as Shole's dialogue. Kitne aadmi? I think that kitne aadmi dialogue is going to change. Now the time and material kind of work will reduce. So does it mean actually people will lose jobs? That is the question actually, because I needed 20 people to do this work in 6 months. That is the estimates, and that is how SOWs are signed. So now SOWs are signed in a much more with the productivity built in. So with 5 people with AI assisted, we'll do it within 3 months. That kind of selling is happening. Now, does it mean we'll have to reduce headcounts? That is very important, and that question is being addressed by every IT services firm. In my opinion, AI-assisted service work will happen. Okay, so new kind of alternatives to time and material will emerge. Okay, reimagination of that model will happen. But in my opinion, what will happen? The world will need more work to be produced. So I don't think because people are able to produce using AI some work, there is no need for further work. So I think any firm which is able to increase volume of engagements, then actually still they will grow their revenues. Because IT service companies right now, we are struggling. So far, we have shown a growth based on headcount, but I think that model is shifting. So in my opinion, jobs will not go away. But again, for the people who are involved in this work, AI literacy is important. Okay. Typically in IT services companies, what happens? people are engaged in their work. They do hard work, 8 hours business as usual work they are doing. In that whole process, they are not noticing what is happening. So they must be careful. They have to really take some time and spend some effort to understand what is happening and build those newer skills, because they will make you extremely productive. So that is what people must do, in my opinion. If you are caught up in your day-to-day hard work, your customers are praising you, your managers are praising you, doing whatever work we are doing, then you may be in danger. That's what I want to, at least that's what I feel right now.
Okay, thank you. Jyoti, you want to go on this? Yep.
I do want to add something to that. Well said. Totally agree with what you are saying, Madhu. I just want to add that one of the founders, or the founder of Southwest Airlines, his name was Herb Kelleher, and he put it in a great way. He said, if you don't change, you die. And that applies to any field of work. Who's doing punch cards today? Raise your hand. There you go. All right, the industry is changing and we have to adapt to that. Adapting to things, new things, is human nature. We can do it.
Yep, and there is no sugarcoating that. Kavita, coming to you.
Yeah, no, very well said, Jyoti and Madhu. So I'll give philosophical answer and probably job-wise answer. But philosophical answer is, see, Darwin's theory has been there for ages and ages. And what you just said is what he has said, right? That it's not the strongest or not the most intelligent species that survive, right? It's the one which is most adaptable, is survived the longest, right? I think we have seen in human evolution, right? From so many times, we had industry revolution, right? We said that, oh, industry revolution is coming, people will not have job, right? People learned the skill, now it's machines and humans are working together, right? From a manufacturing era. Then we had internet era. Then we had automation era, right? And now we are landing into this AI era. So I think message is same, that we have to coexist, we have to adapt, we have to learn to be fit in this particular world, right? But what jobs will go away, I think that's a hard fact. Something which is repetitive in nature, something which requires a very low cognitive capability, right? Those are the jobs which will definitely go away. Manual testing, I think, no surprise, that's not going to exist. PMO roles who are doing PPTs, RFP works, right? Those kind of a heavy communication work will not exist. AI does it beautifully, more than what human can do it. What will evolve? I think if we talk from a quality engineering perspective, it is SDET working with AI, orchestrating the process. And we saw a lot of example today, right? From an industry and startup perspective. It's a sprawling startup era, right? Wherein people are making product. They're creating jobs. Those are additional jobs being created, right? So these are the jobs that will evolve and get created. So adaptability is the only way to sustain. There would be new jobs that would be coming. So many models are coming into picture. So many products are coming into picture. So testing the bias of the model, right? So you need to learn those things. Those are the new jobs being created. AI governance, that's not going to go away. Context engineering, AI is nothing without giving a good context, right? People having a domain knowledge, people having a testing knowledge can actually greatly help in those jobs for creating a good context for product to work well. So there are many new jobs coming up, whereas there are low cognitive jobs that will go away.
Thank you so much, Kavita. Jit, were you? Okay. Oh, by the way, I heard the buzzer going. We had the timer vanish a few minutes ago, so we were kind of running blind. So I think I have only two questions left.
Just to add to the point.
Yes, Jit, please.
Just to add to the point, I think this is actually, I come from the optimal side of the world, most optimistic view on this. If you are passionate about technology and you are curious about solving business problem, I think you're in the best time in the world. But if you accidentally ended up coming into this field and somehow managing and narrating and aggregation you're doing, probably you should worry and go back. I'll make it very simple. You are passionate about technology, you're curious about solving business problem, you have bright future and more future. Every day people are actually bombarding more TPUs, and even now Google is talking about Project Suncatcher. God knows which space we're going to build what. All these things make actually technology and more testing, more assurances, more. But if you don't get out of it in your own comfort zone, I think this is a difficult time for any of us.
Thank you, Jit, for that insightful response. I'll just quote a data point just to conclude this particular question. So BCG, I was watching an interview of Rajiv Gupta, the MD of BCG recently. So they did a study in collaboration with Niti Aayog of India. And the study was the impact of AI on jobs in India. And the result of that study was now there are 8 million tech jobs in India. 1.5 million of those tech jobs are going to disappear because of AI. That's the bad news. The good news is there are 4 million new jobs that are going to be created, and those are going to be hyper specialized. So if you take the net, we'll be somewhere 10 plus million when it comes to the number of jobs. But then again, it's not that simple. It's a little nuanced, and that 4 million new job creation is not default, it is a choice. It is the result of the choices that we make today that is going to result in those jobs. Now, that is a broader perspective from which BCG was looking at this. Maybe the government has to do certain things, enterprises have to do certain things, professionals have to do certain things, but this is what is expected going into the future. And according to Madhu, that human in the loop thing, according to the recently released World Quality Report, they have coined a term called collaborative intelligence, CI. So it's a form of intelligence which includes both the artificial and the human. And Korn Ferry, again, just a small little data point, Korn Ferry, one of the most popular sourcing firms in the world, they are saying 2026 is going to be the year of the human-AI power couple. So we see this collaboration happening across industries between human and AI, and that's very encouraging to see. I'll move on to the second last question of this panel, and this question is for Jyoti again. Looking into the future from your cockpit, Jyoti, airlines operate in one of the most unforgiving industries. You don't have a lot of margins for error. Safety is no accident. It is an airline idiom. Because safety is the result of a lot of conscious effort and judgment. And now there is a new animal called AI in the picture. AI comes with its inherent risks. It is also unlocking a lot of new possibilities. So from your vantage point, Jyoti, of being in the airlines industry for so long and spearheading the technology side of things for one of the world's largest airlines, what do you see, or where do you see the biggest opportunities when it comes to AI in your industry?
Yeah, AI in aviation industry. So I'm going to give you an example of something within my domain of the technical operations. I don't know how many people in the audience have taken a flight and have experienced delays while sitting on the ramp. The pilot announces we have detected a mechanical failure or some maintenance is required, and so we are going to be delayed. And that delay could be 30 minutes, it could be 2 hours, or cancellation of the flight because we can't get another plane here in time. If that's happened to you, then here's the good news. The good news is that the AI capabilities are unlocking ways to do predictive maintenance. What is predictive maintenance? Well, in this scenario where you are sitting on the ramp and all of a sudden something has happened to one of the parts, whether it's a leaky coffee pot or something wrong with one of the engines and it's going to require maintenance, what if all that data, historical data, was available to us and we could run some sort of an AI stuff on it and say, you know what? This engine has had trouble so many times, so let's go change a part or let's go do whatever it's required so that this aircraft does not sit on the ramp. So predictive maintenance is a very good example of that, and that's something what's in the works right now. And there are many examples of it, other examples as well.
Yep. So the question in another way would have been, if AI is the new co-pilot, pun intended, where should it actually sit in the cockpit and where should it not? I think you have answered it beautifully. Again, Jyoti, thank you so much. I have one last question. We'll end the panel discussion with that, but I would like to throw it open to the audience first. Let's have a 10 to 15 minute. Do we have the time? 15? Let's start with 10. Let's have a 10-minute Q&A, audience Q&A. Please feel free to ask your question. Just a small request. When you do that, please stand up. Please say your name. Please say the name of your company and say the question. And if it is directed to a specific member of the panel, please also mention that. May I request our mic volunteers to please.
Hi. Good evening. Good evening all. This is Subramaniam from Mastec. I have one question to Shiv Kumar. There are many fraudulent transactions happening in India and many people are affected actually. Okay. Is NPCI or the products which you are working, are you doing anything towards that using AI? Thanks.
So thanks for that question. Actually, I'll not call that as AI right away. It is fraud detection. And NPCI had adopted fraud detection model, which was a complete in-house trained model. So it was more of machine learning than artificial intelligence. Because all these payment systems, right? Let's take the case of UPI. UPI is actually very unique. It is patented. And a net total of 5 engines do a risk score based upon static rules first. So there are 4 banks. If you're sending money from one person to a given merchant, there are totally 4 banks coming into picture, and then there is NPCI's engine coming into the play. Every bank does a fraud check at their end, and so does NPCI. All right. So there is a risk score getting calculated online by 5 different entities. Now, what typically NPCI did was, over a period of time, because we have been seeing the transactions at volume, at scale, and various, we have both P2P as in person to person as well as person to merchant, right? So the intelligence layer that NPCI has already built in has been massive. And by the way, if you actually look at UPI, try to look at it with a slightly different lens. It is IMPS on steroids with a mobile phone number getting mapped. Otherwise, in the background, it's like a Lego block, isn't it? So fundamentally, the risk scores of all the products of NPCI are actually shared. And hence, there has been a single system called as Enterprise Risk and Fraud Mitigation Service, which is shared by multiple products of NPCI. And that particular scores have been generated, risk profiles for every online transaction that is happening. Now, I'll quickly try to address the ongoing fraud that is still happening. Look, in terms of fraud, there are 2 types of fraud. One is a systematic fraud, or in other words, a technical one, where they are gaming the system. The other one is a social engineering technique. If we happen to see carefully and do the analysis over a period of time, by increasing the awareness, you must have definitely, how many of you have not watched a movie in a theater in the recent times? Not watched a movie? Okay, in the last 3 years? 4 years? Okay, great. So RBI, not just NPCI, Reserve Bank of India, Government of India as well as NPCI have been spreading a lot of awareness. They've been engaging a lot of celebrities, influencers, in order to bring in awareness to people that UPI pin देना मतलब बटुआ देना है. आपका पिन कृपया किसी और को मत बताइएगा. मी पिन ఎవరికి చెప్పొద్దు. I can do it in multiple languages if you want me to. I can run an ad campaign right away. But yes, awareness is the key. Financial digital literacy is the one which has to beat in. If AI can help, most welcome. I have started my journey. Come join in. I am also building something. Let's build something.
Sir, one additional question to it, sir. Are you also checking the spending pattern of a person?
Answer is no.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question. Yes, this question is to Jyotirai ma'am. So recently we heard in news.
May I request you to please tell your name and the company that you come from?
Yes, my name is Bala. I lead Salesforce engineering practice at Carrier. So my question is to Jyotirai ma'am. So we have been hearing like Southwest Airlines is setting up its GCC in Hyderabad. So if we see a lot of product companies earlier, they had a separate quality engineering function which functioned as a COE. But now with GCC trends, I think quality engineering is getting clubbed into engineering practices considering cost and the scarcity, not to say scarcity, but the requirement of quality engineering has come down. So what is the plan for Southwest Airlines GCC? Like how you look this quality as a separate function or embedded into engineering, and how you think it will add value addition to your capability center?
Yeah, thank you for that question. Earlier when I said we made a little buzz, and that was the buzz, we are setting up GCC. The work has begun, and it's not going to take off until 2026 because we are toward the end of the year. So there is a lot to be seen as to what shape and form this happens, how quickly we grow here in the GCC. But to address your question, is quality engineering as a COE, as a separate team, or is it built into the engineering practices? So when I talked about, hey, the enablement of the people, the empowerment of the people, when we formed these teams, we wanted these self-sufficient teams, which means that starting from the development to the security to the quality doesn't mean we don't need quality people. We need quality people, but we need those enabled, those empowered team, so that when the team says we are done, we are actually done, and it's not a handoff to a separate organization. Anytime you have handoffs, you're looking at bottlenecks, you are looking at extending your timeline. So does quality go away? No. The need for quality is even more than before, because what is at risk here? The risk is safety, compliance. You all talked about that, reliability. Those are high stakes, and we can't sacrifice not having quality built in. So in my organization, we have created those self-sufficient teams that go from development, security built in, infrastructure as service. Let's go get infrastructure, let's go develop code, let's go make sure that the quality is good, and when you click the button to deploy, that security is checked. That's part of the pipeline before the code is deployed. But we are avoiding those handoffs.
Hi, hello. Sir, this is Srini Vaddapalli from HFS. This question is for Madhumurthy, sir. Sir, you mentioned that enterprises are asking for less of FTEs or time and material than any innovative models, right? So I want to understand from your, as IT services companies, how are you changing those terms, not FTEs, but how are you changing those commercial models? That is one question. And the other question that I have for Jyoti is that you mentioned that the mainframes completely is moved to modernize, right? So could you please double click on the technology debt, how the latest technologies or the modernized technologies you've leveraged to move away from the legacy? Thank you.
Yes, actually the time and material kind of models have not changed, but actually nowadays whenever a RFP process starts, so the first step the customers are asking, do you have AI? Actually, first let us evaluate what AI your team can use, then only you will participate in the RFP process. So that change we are seeing already. Everyone is asking, will you provide an AI-assisted service or the world, only people will do the work? So that change already is happening. Now to respond to that as a RFP response, so we actually are creating some outcome-based models. So there will be a pod, human pod, with a tool. So the tool will have few agents. So while doing that, so we are giving some cost benefit to the customer, because we have to, earlier it was 10 people, humans will do a project. Now it is 4 experts and assisted by a good tool. So generally customers are expecting the price must come down. Yes, we have to give it. Then outcomes they're asking. So based on this team, what outcomes I will get, and that is where actually still discussions are happening. The models have not yet fully changed, but all these conversations are happening. But there is a huge pressure from customers to change the model and give some benefit to them. Yeah.
And I wanted to make sure that I understand the question. Is the question, would you mind repeating your question? Is the question around modernization of the legacy systems and
Yes.
how that was accomplished?
Yes, yes, Jyoti. So maybe double click on the technology part, because you already mentioned that you have created the foundation with the people, right, experts. In addition to that, what else in the technology area that you have implemented which actually accelerated that modernization?
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for repeating that. So as we created our modernization roadmap, one of the things that we focused on is that we are not just lifting and shifting our applications. These applications were created over a period of time, and so the needs have changed. What maybe 2 applications need to become 1, or maybe 1 application need to become several. So we focused on the business capabilities rather than the applications itself, and created a modernization roadmap for that. So that was a strategy that we defined as part of our roadmap. And to accelerate our modernization efforts, obviously we were going to adopt cloud, first of all, because you can provision the infrastructure in no time and utilize things, tools and things like that, that are not readily available otherwise, right? So we adopted AWS platform, and using that platform, we have invested in AI, their AI products, specifically Amazon Q, and also GitLab Duo, and that has really helped us speed up development quite a bit. One of the things that we put our foot down on is we are going to create automated CI/CD pipelines. Quality is not going to be a secondary citizen, a second level citizen. It's going to be part of development. So everything is done through those automated CI/CD pipelines. And again, people might think that's going to slow you down, but it actually helps you speed up development, because once you get it right, you're not fighting the fires again, and you're focusing on the next thing. So those are some of the things that we are utilizing. There's many more, but those are some key ones.
I have a next question. Yeah, it's for Shiva.
Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is Vani. First of all, thank you for simplifying our lives. I no longer carry a wallet, and it feels safe and easier to walk around without cash. Now, my question to you is, with the payment systems, there are newer forms of financial services coming into the picture, right? Something like buy now, pay later, robo-advisors, alternative credit scoring, online lending, so on and so forth. Now with AI in the picture, we know that customer experiences are better, digital payments and transactions are faster. But AI also has problems like fairness, bias, and discriminatory outputs. In a country like India, how realistic it is to depend on AI to build financial products and build more inclusive financial products for equitable access?
So if I were to probably put this in a single line, you're saying how fair or how safe is it to use AI to develop payment products? Well, see, forget about payments, right? Anything and everything, fundamentally there is a protocol. So in payments, there are protocols like ISO 8583 on which all the card networks work, right? So you take any credit card, any debit card, you go to any part of the world, the card works, there's a PIN, the auth is very simple, the flow is very simple, which means there is a protocol. Now, even if you're looking at UPI, UPI is not a product, UPI is not a service, UPI is a protocol, by the way. So unified payments interface, it's an interface, it's a protocol by itself. So the protocol is fundamentally being written by humans. There is no second thought about it. And once a protocol has been finalized and frozen, AI can be used to create the rest of the ecosystem, right? But if we are trying to build an algorithm or a protocol using AI, I think we have to understand the fact that humans invented computers, not the other way around. So yes, I think these are the words of Mark Zuckerberg. He said, we humans, so there was a kind of a note and he said, why is he democratizing AI and why is he releasing this open source models, right? I think Llama comes from Meta, right? So when he released the Llama models, the latest version, or around like 6 to 8 months back, he also put out a nice note. And he said, fundamentally, he wants to democratize AI because he believes that humans are meant to do only two things. One, invent new things. Keep creating, keep inventing. So if you're artistic, yeah, I'm learning how to prepare a coffee now. I'm trying to be a barista as well. So humans, we have to be creative. We have to invent. We have to create new things. And second, build relations. Build human relations. Because we are all stuck in this rat race in doing repetitive tasks, we have forgotten doing these two things. So that's why the number of inventions, patents have come down in the last decade if we look at the numbers, right? So I completely fell for that in a way. And I still stick back to the same statements. Yes, inventions or protocols have to be created by humans. AI adopts it. Human helps AI to accelerate the development. And yeah, the rest of the time, build hobbies, build relations, invest. So yeah, that's a simple way to answer.
Hi everyone. I'm Manohar from Clean Harbors. So first of all, I want to thank QE Conclave to conduct this event because this is my second edition I'm joining here. So I just want to say is like in my first edition on your keynote, Madhu, so we got that we need to work with agents and we want to work with AI so that we can enhance. So that on that note, I went back and I worked with agents. I have created some agents and worked these things. And now QE Conclave 2025, what is the output that we want to take from QE Conclave 2025? What do you want us to take away and work on it to get the things better way? And I have already got from Shivakumar the guardrails thing. So I can work on the guardrails next thing. Thank you for that. And what else we can take as a key takeaways from this QE Conclave 2025?
Okay, thank you for asking that. again, looking at Qualizeel, what's happening from that perspective only I'll answer. So if you are a QE professional at this time, the packaged applications and the knowledge of them, a Workday or a ServiceNow or SAP, Salesforce, that knowledge of the business process, complexity of that inside them, and ability to test. Those skills will always be required. It's not going to go away. Now on top of them, co-pilots will be built to assist whoever is using a FICO, a finance person is using a FICO module. There will be a co-pilot that will come which is AI based. So that is why whatever knowledge you gained so far on the domain, on the packaged application intricacies, you must sharpen them, because the world's enterprise is built on top of these things only, so nothing is going to go away. So like even somebody was telling manual testing is gone. No, actually testing a Workday application in a complex enterprise implementation, it is not at all an easy task. Humans are needed. Experts in Workday, expert human judgment is needed. So sharpen those skills. That is very, very important. Now, to be more efficient, to be more productive, AI is a great tool. I use a lot. Okay, I help my teams also. I think this prompt engineering is a good skill. It's not just chatting with a Gen AI, but really intelligently articulating and and tweak it in a very good way. Great responses will come. I think that skill everyone will have to develop. Use AI and keep up all the domain knowledge that you have. And again, this automation, performance engineering, those skills will be there. But in my opinion, automation only will be in danger, because if you are a good automation expert, there are many tools to help you to write decent code, so people will be more productive. I think high quality, thinking based, functional testing for a really complex enterprise situations, AI will not do easily. Human experts are needed. So please keep continuing that.
Hello, Prashant here. Yeah, maybe it's the last question, but thank you for giving this opportunity, and thank you, Collegial, for arranging this. This is wonderful, and thank you for all the panels for taking us through your journey. Just a very simple question to Shiva, right? You mentioned that, okay, we have to build something that is boring, right? So just give us, everyone, right? Everyone, each of the panel guests, plus just give us a boring habit that we should develop to prepare for this AI first future. That's a simple question.
Go back to your basics. Keep brushing your concepts. How many of you remember the first 20 elements of periodic table here? Haheli, Nofnena, Megalsips, Keke. Is that how it goes? Yes. It's time. The time is resetting. Go back to your basics. Go back to that whiteboard. Brush your basics. Because I'll tell you what, still AI hallucinates a lot. And if you used Grok code fast, it will say it has done the code. But have a habit of going and manually checking the code. It creates a load of no-op in Golang and says it has done the job. Third thing, the fundamental unit test cases, continue to write them by yourself. Don't use AI. Let the functional testing, those things, let it go. Last but not the least, when I started adopting AI, I have started creating an agents.md file in a markdown format, and I have listed down the top 10 performance coding principles, then the top 10 security coding principles, and then I have certain OCDs when I write my code. I have a bad habit of leaving a lot of comments, references, documentation, Swagger, if it is a REST API, so on and so forth. I mentioned all of them. They are certain kind of good habits, bad habits that come into this practice. So keep a habit of going back to that, improvising it, learning it, and again, basics. If we are not going back to basics, Yeah, come join me. I'm anyways learning coffee. Let's do it together and learn it. But yes, this is my 2 cents here.
Thank you very much.
I believe we are at the end of the discussion, Melanie. Please correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah, so we'll end it now. It was a very engaging session, very thoughtful questions towards the end. We had an eclectic panel here representing many different industries with years and years of experience. So whatever we learned from them in the span of 30 to 40 minutes is distilled wisdom from years of experience. So I would like to thank the esteemed panel for their presence here today. And I would like to thank everyone who is present in this room. You have been a lovely audience. Over to you, Melanie.
Wow, I must say, powerful words flowing in from our power panel. Thank you so much for a wonderful discussion. I'm sure our audience had many key takeaways from this session, haven't you? So let's give a huge round of applause to our dynamic panel. Can I request you to step forward for a group picture? And also requesting you to stay put on stage because we want to felicitate you and our other leaders who were on this stage. So to do the honors, I would like to invite Mr. Ashwin Bakshi, co-founder and SVP Client Success, Qualizeal. Please come on stage to do the honors. Well, as he walks up on stage, can we motivate him with a huge dynamic round of applause? Thank you, Ashwin, for joining us here. A warm welcome to you. And can we begin the felicitation with Mr. Madhu Murthy? Request you to please step forward, our co-founder and head of India Operations, Qualizeal. Ladies and gentlemen, wow, this is amazing. All right, now I would like to invite Miss Jyoti Rai, Managing Director of Technology, Southwest Airlines. Next, inviting Mr. Jitendra Pucha, Chief Delivery Officer, Mastech Digital. Next, inviting Mr. Shivakumar, RV founder, Platform Builds. Next, inviting Ms. Kavita Banvadia, Head of Platform Engineering, Broadridge. And weaving the threads together, Mr. Anurup Gaurav, AVP and Head of Marketing, Qualizeal.
Thank you. Wonderful MC.
Well, I would now like to invite Mr. Ankit Gupta, Vice President, Everest Group, to join us on stage and continue this wonderful felicitation. Post this, I would like to invite Mr. Avinash Tiwari, co-founder and head P Cloudy. Sir, can I please request you to remain on stage? Thank you so much. Inviting Mr. Avinash Tiwari, co-founder and head P Cloudy. We're requesting all our leaders to stay put on stage because we want one group picture with you. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Anshul Jindal, Senior Manager, Strategic Sales, Browser Stack. Welcome once again. And I would also like to invite Mr. Sankit Mali, Senior Lead Customer Engineering, Browser Stack. Welcome to you as well. Could we also have Mr. Aditya Challa, co-founder, QA Pilot, to come on stage, please? And also inviting Mr. Mukund Wangikar, Chief Operating Officer, Context AI.
So I had one last question to ask, but I skipped it because somebody asked it from the audience.
Well, these are our wonderful leaders, our dignitaries who did make this wonderful, wonderful conclave a super success. Can I request all our wonderful leaders to step ahead so that we can capture this wonderful moment? Requesting all our dignitaries, our leaders, our visionaries, our thought leaders, our wonderful experts to join us up front, and let's capture this beautiful moment. Thank you so much for all your insights, for all your thoughts. Also, we did play a quiz, if you remember. Can I please request you to remain on stage for a few more moments because we want you to felicitate our winners. So requesting our leaders to stay put. I would like to invite all our winners. I'll just call all the names. Can I request you to please line up next to the stage? It becomes a little easier. Inviting Subhash, Manoj, Koti, Ashrit, Vijay, Hanuman, Subramaniam, Sunanda, Vinay, Arvind, Rubimantan, Abhishek and Sharad to join us on stage. Requesting you to line up here and I will call you one by one. All right, once again, Subhash, Manoj, Koti, Ashrit, Vijay, Hanuman, Subramaniam, Sunanda, Vinay, Arvind, Rubimantan, Abhishek, Sharad. Do we have Subhash here? All right, congratulations, Subhash. Can I request Madhu sir to please felicitate Subhash? Let's have you in the center, please. Many, many congratulations, Subhash. Next, Manoj, are you here with us? I would request Jyoti ma'am to please do the honors. Congratulations, Manoj. Koti, are you here with us, Mr. Koti? Requesting Mr. Jitendra to please do the honors. Ashrit, are you here with us? Congratulations, Ashrit. Requesting Mr. Shivakumar to please felicitate our winner. Vijay, Mr. Vijay. Requesting Kavita ma'am to please felicitate Mr. Vijay. Congratulations, Mr. Hanuman. Could I request Mr. Anurup to please do the honors? Welcoming Mr. Subramaniam. Could I request Mr. Ankit to please do the felicitation? Sunanda. Congratulations. Can I request Mr. Avinash to felicitate Sunanda ma'am? Next we have Mr. Vinay. I would request Anshul to please do the honors. Mr. Arvind. Mr. Arvind, can I request Sanket to please do the honors? Next we have Mr. Ruby Manthan. Can I request Aditya to please do the honors? Well, do we have Abhishek here with us? Congratulations. Requesting Mukund sir to please felicitate Abhishek. Mr. Sharad. Let's have you felicitated by Mr. Ashwin. And the final felicitation is absolutely personal because she's been our loudest cheerleader for today, ma'am. I'm sorry I don't know your name, but thank you so much for having so much of energy. Once again, can I request Ashwin sir to please felicitate you. Not only Ashwin sir, I think you can be felicitated by all our wonderful leaders. But Anurup sir, okay. Ma'am, could we know your name? Manjula ma'am, thank you so much for being our loudest cheerleader here. Thank you very much, ma'am.
My pleasure to felicitate you. I have been looking at you, for all evening, and you have been the largest, the loudest cheerleader for all of us.
Ma'am, please.
We have such a crowd, but the noise is very low. That I have seen it here. See, we are ITNs. We work 24/7, but still we should spend some time for ourselves to cheer up, to cheer others. And this is the forum where we have to do all these kind of funs as we do in our engineering colleges or in school days. So wish everyone do this every time.
So since we have you all motivated, let's have 3 cheers for QE Conclave. Hip hip! Hip hip! Hip hip!
And can we hear for one time what happens when 900 plus Kiwi professionals put their hands together? Let's show it to the world.
Wow, I must say you have been a tremendous and wonderful audience. But can I also request our volunteers, our organizers to please come on stage because this event would not be the success that it is. So can I request our volunteers and organizers please quickly join us on stage for a group picture as we have our leaders, our visionaries stay put on stage. Once again, inviting our volunteers, inviting all our organizers. Can we have you on stage, please? For all this hard work that you have put, thank you so much once again, ma'am. For all the hard work that you have put in to make this event a success. Well, ladies and gentlemen, they worked tirelessly, silently, without getting any kind of appreciation. So I think this is the time where we can call them on stage and give them the actual appreciation that they truly, truly deserve. Our absolute unsung heroes. Thank you so much for putting in so much of efforts and working non-stop around the clock. I think some of you can stand down as well. We have space down as well, so let's try and make the most of this. I will. All right, I think some of us can join towards my left as well. So our true knight in shining armors, our true warriors, let's Give them the appreciation that they deserve, ladies and gentlemen, once again. Can we have a huge round of applause as I join them? Requesting all our audience members, our delegates, if you would like to join us up on stage for a quick picture, the stage is all yours. Meanwhile, P. Cloudy was running a contest which was Test Your Prompt Engineering Skill, and we have 3 lucky winners. The winners are Mr. Subhash Konduru, Shri Hari and Wootla. Request you all to please head to the P. Cloudy booth and collect your gifts. Once again, the winners are Subhash Konduru, Shri Hari and Wootla. Request you to please head to the P. Cloudy booth and collect your prizes. Well, the stage is all yours if you want to click some more pictures. Inviting our marketing team on stage, please. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of our session. A big thank you to our speakers, to our leaders for being so dynamic, and most importantly, thank you all for your patience and support. To all our wonderful attendees, your curiosity, your engagement and thoughtful questions have made this a truly successful event. So ladies and gentlemen, as we part ways, let's carry forward the insights we have gained here. Let quality engineering, AI trust and innovation remain at the heart of our work. Well, before you leave, we have cocktails and dinner served for you. We look forward to meeting you again, forgoing new collaborations and building the future of trustworthy quality together. Once again, let's take a moment to thank our wonderful sponsors without whom this conclave would not be successful. A big thank you to our title sponsor, QualiZeal, our platinum sponsors, P. Cloudy and Browser Stack, our gold sponsors, QA Pilot and Context AI, and our startup sponsor, Synthesized. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, this is me, Melanie Pei, signing out. Thank you so much. You have truly, truly been a wonderful audience. Dinner and cocktail is served. Hope you have a wonderful evening ahead. You know, ladies and gentlemen, I'm always looking out for some compliments, and I found a way to do that. So I would request Mr. Ruvi Mantha, CHRO, and a board member to please come on stage and share a few words that he would like to and address our wonderful audience. Well, I am going to have a huge round of applause myself for you.
Thank you, Melanie. Guys, I think I'm standing in between you and also the dinner. I will not take much time. I take only about a minute. First and foremost, all of us should give a big round of applause for the fantastic, for the fantabulous, organizing for the QE Conclave. All of us, give a big round of applause. Here, I just wanted to mention We have been clapping around for the panel. We have been talking about the speakers who delivered an excellent, talk in terms of QE. But we never talked about the people who are the backbone. Starting from Nalini and the entire team and crew who put in their heart and soul to make this conclave a super duper success. Nalini and the team, all of you, big round of applause. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being a great host. And we request that we urge that every time, probably, 2023, it was about 300. 24, we did in Trident. And then 25, we did about 800, 900 people. I am sure 2026 will be a gala 2,000 people event with all your people together. Thank you for everything. And it's been a great experience for all of us. Thank you so much.
Requesting our team to join on stage, please, for one last picture. Requesting Ms. Dhriti Sharma to join us on stage. Dhriti, your Mercedes car is outside parked and it's getting towed. Dhriti, yes.